We voted for me, I'm not leave. We voted the BLP, Barbados Labour Party. And let me go along, active, active. The BLP, real active. We voted the Barbados Labour Party. Me and Motley got everything sweet in the country, so no other party can trick me. Let me tell you something too, the BLP is safer for you. We are talking that Verla does do. I won't hear nothing from she and our crew. The BLP is the party for you. Vote for the future, vote for the truth. Look, active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, activate with the BLP. We gotta be safe out here, look. Active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, activate. The BLP, we gotta be safe out here. The BLP got the place nice up. All other parties run out of luck. Mark your calendar, set your clock. Election day, boy, we coming out hot. No ain't no time for the games. Come on, vote for the people that care. Make the BLP win this again. Don't vote for the rest and then complain. Look, active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, activate with the BLP. We gotta be safe out here, look. Active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, activate with the BLP. We gotta be safe out here. Cause right now it's election time. Next to me, I'm Motley, it's part my ex-guy. Cause right now it's election time with the BLP, all that we got to shine. Cause right now it's election time. Next to me, I'm Motley, is where my ex-guy. Cause right now it's election time with the BLP, all that we got to shine. We voted for me, I'm Motley. We voted the BLP, Barbados Labour Party. And let me go along, active, active. The BLP, real active. We voted the Barbados Labour Party. Me and Motley got everything sweet in the country, so no other party can trick me. Let me tell you something too, the BLP is safer for you. We are talking that Verla does do. I won't hear nothing from she and our crew. The BLP is the party for you. Vote for the future, vote for the truth. Look, active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, activate with the BLP. We gotta be safe out here, look. Active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, activate. The BLP, we gotta be safe out here. The BLP got the place nice up. All other parties run out of luck. Mark your calendar, set your clock. Election day, boy, we coming out hot. No ain't no time for the games. Come on, vote for the people that care. Make the BLP win this again. Don't vote for the rest and then complain. Look, active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, activate with the BLP. We gotta be safe out here, look. Active, active. Auntie me, I got the place active. Activate, activate with the BLP. We gotta be safe out here. We voted for me, I'm Motley. We voted the BLP, Barbados Labour Party. And let me go along, active, active. The BLP, real active. We voted the Barbados Labour Party. Me and Motley got everything sweet in the country, so no other party can trick me. Let me tell you something too, the BLP is safer for you. We are talking that Verla does do. I won't hear nothing from she.
Good night, Deacons Forum. I'm not hearing you. Good night, Deacons Forum. Let me hear you again. That's great. That's sounding good. That's some vibes. We are here. The Barbados Labour Party is here. And we are here to ask for your support for Neil Rowe. I want you to activate. We must activate and we must get the Barbados Labour Party re-elected. We must get Neil Rowe and all, I make no apologies, all, when you go to vote, you're not voting for anything but the best. You are voting for the Barbados Labour Party. You vote for a government and you get an opposition. So all of this talk about we need an opposition, when you go into that voting station, when you look at that ballot, this is a serious election. I'm going to take off my mask. I'm alone. We need to understand the seriousness of this election. These are serious times, and serious times need serious leadership. And tonight, as I chair this meeting, I feel a little lonely up here. So therefore, I'm going to be chatting with you, and I want you to chat back with me. So when I ask a question like, are we living in serious times? Are we living in serious times? Yes, I'm agreeing with you. And if we living in serious times, we deserve a leader who is capable of taking us through these times. Do we need a leader that we are safe with? I'm not hearing you. Let's get activated. That's it. We need to be activated. Next week, this time, you will not be able to be activated. We need to be activated now. We need to be activated now until the polls open. And we need to be activated when the polls close. And next week, this time, we will be in a celebratory mood because Barbados will be safe. Barbados will be back with Mayor Motley. St. Michael Northwest will return. Neil Rowe, activate. We ain't coming here tonight to be quiet. We hear the mantra, many hands make light work. And tonight we can bring another one. That we will not be quiet. Many voices will keep lots of noise. Activate, activate. I'm going to bring the first speaker, a gentleman, and I didn't introduce myself, but the gentleman carries his surname that I carry. I am Christopher Williams, and I am going to be bringing a gentleman who will speak to you, who will tell you about the difference between one side and the other side, because he knows the difference between one side and the other side. I'm going to bring to you Henderson Williams, and I want you to open up your heart, open up your doors, let the sound come in, and I want you to listen and understand, because as I will keep saying for the rest of tonight, this is a serious election. It is not an election to make joke and sport. It's not an election to go backwards. It's an election to continue going forward, safe and sound, under the leadership of Mayor Amor Motley. Henderson Williams.
We going with the BLP. We resting ready. Them and ready. Yeah, we going with the BLP. We resting ready. Them and ready. People smiling again, feeling proud again. 'Cause we rising. We rising. We shining again. Good things happening again. 'Cause we rising. We rising.
So we must stand together, side by side with each other, on the right path where we want to be, for the sake of this sweet country, 'cause we say.
Good night, St. Michael Northwest. How you feeling tonight? Manners and respect to my family down here. Ladies and gentlemen, my message this evening to you is very simple. You don't want a representative to serve St. Michael Northwest that is in opposition. You understand what I'm saying to you? Because in opposition, there is very little that can be done for the people of St. Michael Northwest. So I am urging you that on the 19th of January, I want you to go to the polls in your numbers and return Neil Rowe to be your representative. Now, I have been having some conversations with Neil, and I will tell you that he has some massive plans in place for this constituency. He was clear to point out to me, as you all already know, that COVID has put a hamper on some of the plans that he had for the constituency. And this is not only Northwest. This is not only the city of Bridgetown. This is all of Barbados. It is all of the Caribbean. It is all of the world. So understand that. But he is working on your behalf. He's not promising you all kind of fantastic things that he cannot deliver. He's not putting 25 hampers in paper bags and sticking his face on it and sending it out to people and then behave as though he did the best thing for the people down here. Neil Rowe is not doing that. Ladies and gentlemen, I really want you to think about this decision that you have to make in less than or just over a week. I want you to look at what has happened in this country. I want you to recognize that we didn't even only just had COVID. We had the ash. We had the freak storms. And we had a hurricane. The last one was almost over 65 years ago. So most persons don't even remember what that looks or feels like until what we experienced recently. So there's a lot that has happened over the last few years. And I want you to recognize that. I want you to recognize that this is the time when, because somebody paid $250 and head up to the treasury and they come out the place parading, giving you the impression that they will do all kind of miraculous things for you. This is the time. But understand this. The big manifesto that being put all over here and the pictures circulating all through that is a short-lived situation. A representative, depending on the will of the Prime Minister, has as much as 5 years to prove their worth and value to you. So don't get caught up with the bells and whistles and the smoke and mirrors. I can get back to that. Now, let me tell you some of the things that Neil Rowe has been busy doing within this constituency. Let's look at some of the infrastructure stuff that he has worked on. The crossing at the bottom of Free Hill, that was put into place. The traffic mirrors in Carter's Gap, that was done. He has spent some time and effort understanding where we fit in to the hurricane belt and the issues of drainage in the constituency, working to clear the water course from Deacons, across the Granite Highway to Brandon's. He's done that work, ladies and gentlemen, because we know how it can get when the rain falls. He has assisted persons in the ASH program. More than 40 persons from this constituency is still working in that program, ladies and gentlemen. Persons from this constituency are now employed with the COVID unit, the National Assistance Board, the National Conservation Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, the jobs are coming to this constituency. He's working to eradicate those outdoor facilities within the constituency. So persons in the constituency has been benefiting from waterborne services with the assistance of Neil Rowe. Cleanups have been done within the constituency. And he will probably tell you a little bit more of some of the things that he is working on and some of the work that he has done within this constituency. Cleanups was done at Deacons Farm. Cleanups done at Pile Bay. Cleanups done in the university area. Cleanups done at Pleasant View. Cleanups done at Brandon's. And cleanups were done at Black Rock. Ladies and gentlemen, Neil is working. We have been challenged, but we are resilient, and we have demonstrated that. The sporting program for St. Michael Northwest, again, has been stymied by COVID. But Neil could go and show you right now over $2,000 in sporting equipment that he has to put in place for this constituency. So Neil is working on your behalf. We had the opportunity to discuss what he wants to do for farming and farmers within this community. And he has set out a plan to improve what is happening with the existing farmers, but he's also working to ensure that we bring up a new crop, a new breed of farmers and young farmers, urban farming, but also the provision of lots, acres and half acres and quarter acre lots that people can benefit by providing food in Barbados. We talked about animal husbandry because it has always been a view that farming cannot exist successfully in these city and around city areas. But Neil has a different view, and he has plans to ensure that there's an expansion of that. There are some of you who are into keeping cows and sheep and pigs, and that's the plan he has that he will roll out to you in terms of how he will expand that for you in the interest of all of the persons within St. Michael Northwest constituency. Now, politics is an interesting thing. And I can guarantee you, and most of you know already, it's not an easy job. And people can come to you and talk. They can take your names and carry them up to welfare. They can come down with the big clipboards and promise you all of the wondrous things that they can deliver and do for you. But again, let me remind you, if you're going to change your representative, understand what is the rationale for doing it. Don't just do it because somebody look flashy. Don't just do it because somebody can come out in pretty shirts and got a pretty manifesto. That will not do it. And I will tell you this, for those of you who don't remember, if you're in opposition for 5 years, you ain't getting nothing much done for your constituents. So understand that. Don't go and put a vote for somebody that can't do nothing for your constituency. Don't go and put your vote for somebody who can talk big. Because I know Ryan Walters is a big talker. He's talk big. But big talk and big words is two different things. And let's never get it mixed up. Don't mind he flashing about here. Don't mind he flashing about here with all of the things that he can do. Ryan ain't know nothing but running the government on a constituency.
Emotional
Is it
damage.
Burger King? You understand me? A business environment where you're running commercial activity for a private sector organization is one thing. But when you have to be working in the interest of the public of a particular country and a particular constituency, it is completely different.
Oh.
The first thing that you have to have a deep appreciation for is public policy and what happens within those entities that the government control. And if you're not connected and you have the assistance, then it's typically a waste of time. And I understand that they got people going about here, paying people to tear down people posters. And let me tell you something. If they're doing that, just imagine what they will be doing when they get, if they could ever get a seat about here. It's all about trying to assassinate the character of Nero because they want to give you the impression that they can come and do better than what he has done for you under these trying, extenuating circumstances. The proof of the pudding is in the eating. And Ryan Walters has had no experience in a constituency.
Oh.
Well, I don't have an issue with somebody giving somebody a job at Burger King. That's a good and noble job. I was at Chefette for a very long time and we employed a lot of people. Nothing wrong with that. But what I'm saying to you, do not attempt to put a political neophyte in Parliament to represent you. You will get nothing done. Neil has been young on the job. I dare say, as anybody else, he may have made a few mistakes because that is what life is about. But you know what? The characteristics that really personifies a true and real politician, I see them being exemplified in Neil. He shows empathy for the people he's representing. And I can't guarantee you that if you give the vote to the other side, that you can get that empathy coming at you. Because it seems that the person on the other side got short man syndrome. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to understand this. A lot has been done so far. There is a ton more to be done. And Neil is going to articulate that to you tonight, in part, because he has some other stuff that he needs to work on to come back and perfect, so that when he comes to you and he says to you, it is something that will happen. Not a pie in the sky idea that you get out of some textbook and try to change up a few words and come and bring something to give somebody the impression that you are so glorious. Because I had my own experiences with this same guy that running on the other side. And my experiences, be very careful. Because if persons are just focused on bigging up themselves without any regard for other people, they can end up doing the same thing to you. So I caution you. I caution you. The old people that say, you know what you have, but you don't know what you can get.
Awo.
So I am asking you to stay the course with Neil Rowe. He has your interests at heart. He has the dedication. He has the compassion that is required to take St. Michael Northwest. Because I ain't no come about St. Michael Northwest. I have been around St. Michael Northwest for a long time, and I understand this constituency. So I'm saying to you, work with Neil. Work with Neil. There's opportunity in that. There's benefit in that. And Neil does not stand alone. Neil don't stand alone. He has the entire support of the Prime Minister and the cabinet that will be cabinet of the Barbados Labour Party. And understand this. When it comes to this kind of business, leadership matters. Leadership matters. We have a Prime Minister in the form of Mayor Amor Motley, who, from my own personal experience, is somebody who don't rest. She don't say, well, this is something that I want to accomplish and pass it on to somebody and rest. I have had personal experience with the Prime Minister where, in doing work, you had to set up some meetings and some overseas investors and stuff like that. And she would even, as she did with some of the meetings, come into the meeting and say to the people who is willing to invest in Barbados, giving them a clear indication of who we are, what we stand for, and what we want for our people. That is the kind of person that you have in the Prime Minister. One of the consultants that is a part of the process of bringing jobs here out of the UK had this to say about our Prime Minister. He said, really, very rarely have I found a country where the Prime Minister takes such an active and positive role in working to bring business service jobs to their jurisdiction, as I have in the case of Barbados. He went on to say, by my own interaction with the Prime Minister, it validates the assumption, and in my opinion, Barbados is fortunate to have a leader of this stature. This is not makeup. This is real. So it's important that we understand what we're talking about and what we're dealing with. Public policy, running a country, running a constituency is nothing easy. Pretty talk ain't gonna cut it. A few hampers ain't gonna cut it. I have seen people in this constituency that have done a lot more. Done a lot more. And then walk about and boast about it. Some of the people on the other side, they're boastful as hell. And that is not what you need in this constituency. That is not what Deacons Farm needs. We need to hold hands. We need to put our heart in it and work together to do more for the people of this constituency. And I promise you tonight that that is the commitment that you have from your representative in the form of Neil Rowe. He has committed to the beautification and the improvement of the green spaces within this community So he's looking for opportunities to create more parks, more recreational areas for people, more green areas for people to socialize. And he's also focused on trying to recognize where there could be more and greater connectivity in terms of telecommunications within this area. Give him a blow for that. I'm not asking for much because my body tell me to blow too much. So what I'm saying to you, ladies and gentlemen, is that you have a young man who understands, because you know something. You know something. Remember when we left nursery school and we went into secondary school, our first year was a little challenging. Remember that? When everybody was big and you were small and you wonder, why my mommy sent me in here for? I could have stayed at my school when I was big. I was the big one. So, Neil, I have seen the maturity and the growth in your representative over the past 3.5 years. And he brings that to bear in the next term, where he continues to be serving the interests of the people of this constituency. So don't get tied up with all the pretty talk and all of the insults behind Neil. Neil can do nothing for her, and I can do more. How the hell they can do more? Where can get the resources from to do it? You can get it from BK.
Emotional damage.
That has its limits too. Because I know an organization can't hire no more people than they need. And if your, I call it staff complement, because I know the language of restaurants, because I was there. If your staff complement at Black Rock says that you need 30 people, you can't go and hire 50. So that has its limits. And remember this. Remember this. You must walk out and talk to be the first amount equals to call it primus inter pares. You might walk out and say you're the head honcho. There are people looking down on you. You cannot feed an entire constituency on a restaurant. So ladies and gentlemen, let's get it straight. I came down here with a purpose to be honest and upfront with you. I don't like to mix my words. Do not get caught up in the shenanigans. Do not get caught up in the lies. Don't get caught up in the fancy talk. Because talk is cheap. We are not perfect beings. I would never profess to be a perfect being. But at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, you have a gentleman in the form of Neil Rowe who is willing to go the extra mile to support the people of his constituency. Don't get tied up with the nonsense that's going on. That is something that has, you know, they talk about a youthful life that can expire quite quickly. The posters eventually, the rain gonna cause them to blow down. The 50 hampers or 25 hampers, eventually them gonna go. So in this environment, it is about tapping into the resources of the state to carry out the work for the people. And you can't do it sitting down in the opposition bench in Parliament. And I want to remind you that. I want you to remember that. There's a lot that is going on. And there's more that will be going on in relation to development. There's going to be an expansion. There's going to be an expansion of the hotel and restaurant development all the way from the Pierhead all the way down to Box Rock. And what that will bring to you, ladies and gentlemen of the constituency of St. Michael Northwest, is jobs for you and jobs for your family. All of these capital works projects that have been planned will be benefiting the people of St. Michael Northwest. We had a lull. Now my mother's birthday is on the 27th of December. And I called to make a reservation at a hotel for her to have breakfast. And you know, this is a hotel that is accustomed to catering to locals. You know what they said to me? They said to me that the occupancy, which is the amount of people that are in the hotel and the capacity, is now 99%. And because of that and the COVID scenario, we could not accommodate any more persons. You understand what that means? That in this environment and all that has transpired prior, we are now in a place where we are returning to occupancies in this country with 99% occupancies in the high season. That is excellent. That is excellent, ladies and gentlemen. We're managing the protocols. We're trying to keep people safe. And I want to assure you, when you look at the global picture, when we look at all the persons who have passed as a result of COVID in the world, Barbados is doing exceptionally well. We didn't call it, but it's being managed. This is the only country in the region that I am aware of where a self-contained facility has been constructed in less than, I believe, 3 months. I think it was about 6 weeks or 4 weeks or something like that, to assist the load of a possible pandemic that was coming our way. But that is leadership. That is futuristic thinking and planning for the people of your country. So, ladies and gentlemen, understand this. You have a caring government. You have a caring Prime Minister. And I want you to continue to support the Prime Minister. I want you to continue to support Neil Rowe in this constituency, ladies and gentlemen. I can guarantee you that Neil Rowe is going to emerge when we look around constituencies and politics in this country to be one of the greatest representatives in the area of Barbados. Because he has it in his spirit. You can feel the energy emanating from his soul. That people are important to me. And I am willing to work with people. And don't get twisted. Don't get twisted. There's something called a genuine, caring attitude towards people. And then they got an obnoxious, kind of skeptical interaction with people. People can pretend that they're interested in you. But I know some of the people running down here. And some of them really not interested in you. Because some of them feel that they're better than people like you and I. Not Neil Rowe. Not Neil Rowe. And I won't be talking unless I had the experience of dealing with some of the people that run out here. So I can tell you as a matter of fact who you're dealing with. So urging you, do not make that error. I want you to talk to your neighbors. I want you to talk to your parents and your children who are of voting age. Because at the end of the day, we are creating and leaving a legacy for our children and our children's children. You may see it as just a vote that I may choose to give or not to give. But at the end of the day, You determine the destiny of your children and your children's children. So please, I urge you to focus your energies around and give your support to Neil Rowe in St. Michael, Northwest. He has proven, listen to me. You know sometimes they got a lot of fluffy dogs. Anybody got chihuahuas and stuff like that? Poodles? They look fluffy, they look sweet when they're dry. You know when some water wet them, what's happened? That's when you see the true colors. I just be hoping to get a dryer or something to blow up the car to say, but I don't know this dog. Somebody move this dog from about here. So don't take on the dress up, come round with the proper talk, and all kind of things. Because we don't subscribe to that. Tell me what you are doing for me. Tell me how you're going to help my family. Tell me how you're going to help my children. And listen, you know that Neil Rowe already has the homework program at Deacons Center. He has a homework program. And he's interested in your children. So don't let a pretty poodle that never get no water upon them come out here and try no tricks with you. Oh. Neil Rowe has faced the fire and he's come out of the fire and he has continued to perform in the interest of the people of St. Michael Northwest. That is the making of a man. That is the making of a man. So I want you to come out in your numbers. I want you to vote for Neil Rowe. Now I have had numerous opportunities to come through here on election day. And some days, it is almost like a Kuduman kind of scenario. A lot of people in the street feeling very excited about the decisions that they have made during the course of the day. So I want you to be excited come 6 o'clock on the evening of January 19th. And I want you to be confident that you have done your part to ensure that your current representative, Neil Rowe, has been returned to Parliament to continue to work on your behalf, ladies and gentlemen. So, without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to come out and vote Neil Rowe. Vote Neil Rowe. Vote Neil Rowe.
Don't stand for my play that you vex. Get out there and give me the X. Cause you know we go with the BLP. Mia and the team BLP. You want the best for this country. Vote for BLP. Barbados Labour Party is for we. Vote for BLP. Them West ain't ready. Them West ain't ready. I voted for BLP. Them West ain't ready. Mia and the BLP. Them West ain't ready. I voted for BLP.
Good night again, good night. I find that as I walk through the crowd, I am seeing lots of faces, and I feel at home. I really feel at home. Barbados Labour Party, let me hear you. I also want to say a good night to those who are in their homes. They're listening. I know that they're listening. And if my voice is reaching as far as Brandon's, Redmonds Road, Weeksland, wherever you are hearing me, we want to tell you good night from the Barbados Labour Party. On social media, Good night. You're missing out on a fantastic meeting live, but nevertheless, we'll continue the meeting. You have to give credit to the last speaker, Henderson Williams, because if you were in any doubt, if you did not know Neil Rowe, and I'll tell you something, there are a lot of people who have opinions about Neil Rowe. I don't know Neil Rowe. If Neil Rowe come and stand up right in front of their face, less than social distance. They don't know the man, but still they have an opinion on Neil Rowe. I will tell you this much. I did not know Neil Rowe 5 years ago. When Neil Rowe came, I thought he was extremely shy. I thought he probably could have done better in a choir. He looked like a saint. But I will tell you this much, that Neil Rowe has surprised me, as I know he has surprised lots of you, because he's a man of action. He doesn't have to talk. Ryan Talker can talk. Sorry, Ryan Talker, yeah, I will give him that name tonight. But let me tell you, Neil Rowe is a man of action. Every time I call Neil Rowe would be available or he will return the call. And that is a sign of some person who have you at heart, who wants to represent you. And you know, I say something, maybe he is IDing my number and he's calling back because he knows that it is me. And I gave his number to a few people that he would not have known who they were. And do you know that Neil Rowe still answered and tried to understand their problem? Let me explain something about representation and a representative. We have got to stop, and in particular in St. Michael Northwest, we have got to stop. We need to stop this transactional relationship. We need to have a relationship with our representatives. We cannot continue to be transactional. And to make it plain and simple, transactional means that stop taking the money and voting. Your vote is more valuable than a light bill or a phone bill. Stop the transactional relationship and have a true relationship with a true representative like Neil Rowe. You hearing me? No, when I say Neil, you say what? When I say Neil, you say what? Man, we ain't get there yet, but we can get there. I tell you all that the time is drawing near. Next week, this time, it will be counting. We have to discuss where you're going to vote, how you're going to vote. And I said earlier that it is a serious election, an extremely serious election. Therefore, your vote is valuable. Your vote has to be serious. This is no willy-nilly. If you want jokes, you will get a little humor here tonight. But the bottom line is that this platform continues to be a Barbados Labour Party platform, a platform that is always serious, a platform that discusses your future, not hearsay and she say. If you want that, go somewhere else. I am saying to you that we need to stay the course and ensure that you put Barbados where it ought to be for the next 5, 10, 15, and 20 years. I'm going to have the pleasure now to introduce another gentleman who already has proven himself. This is the thing about character. When you come to public life, when you come to represent people, when you come to say that you want to represent people, you cannot come and people don't know you. And people say, who? What he do? Does not have a track record. Have not organized a picnic or domino game. The next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is a gentleman that has done so much already as a young man. And he has to replace and stand in the boots of Jeffrey Bostick. And I am saying to you that there could be no other choice, because he has the potential, and I'm sure that he will live up to the potential to be an excellent representative for the city of Bridgetown. And beyond that, he would be an excellent parliamentarian for the entire country of Barbados. I have the pleasure to invite you to give a round of applause. I want you to go down the lane with me. We're going down the right lane. We're going down the right lane. We're going down Corey Lane. Corey Lane. Let me hear you. Corey Lane. candidate for the city.
For Corey Lane. I feel this for the things that's for the things. Watch it there, man. Let me get this pen here, man. For the vote here, man. I show that I feel this for them. For this our party, you vote, Corey Levy, vote, Corey Levy, vote. Let Corey know that he got we support. Vote, Corey Levy, vote, Corey Levy, vote now. For Corey Levy, vote, Corey Levy, vote. In this brand new election time, we come up to vote and make correlation.
Good night, Black Rock family. Good night, Barbados. Good night, City of Bridgetown. Good night, all Labour Party family. Good night, everybody that hearing my voice tonight. Let me get the pleasantries out of the way, because I ain't come here to make sport. I ain't come here for a lot of long talk. I come here to tell you why it is important that you do your duty on January 19th. Now, many people thought that I would be standing here in a different capacity, but it is my pleasure to stand here in this lane for you. This is the right lane, Corey Lane. And I am here to talk a bit about your representative, Neil Rowe. I am here to talk about your party, the Barbados Labour Party. And I am here to talk about your country, Barbados. So good night, and let me go down the road. Now, I want to wish each and every one of you a happy new year. And there is one way and one way alone that we can ensure that it remains a happy new year and make it a happier new year. And I am not here to tell you. I am here to ask you some questions and let you answer the questions yourself. Now, I have been walking the length and breadth and talking to people all day long, all week long, all month long. But don't mind the voice. As I tell them, mind the heart. And the heart is there. The flesh is willing, but the voice is weak. But I still have a message for everybody to hear. I am concerned. I am not concerned too much about you out here tonight in your red, because your eyes is open. Your eyes are open, and you are on a course of development and progress in this country. Because you understand about education, about the University of the West Indies. You understand about sanitation and about garbage trucks, thanks to the Barbados Labour Party. You understand about transportation and those electric buses that we have on the road now. But my concern are those inside tonight, listening and wondering and saying, I'm tired, I am disheartened, I might not vote, or I may give somebody a chance. You know, there are some opponents in these areas. They ain't too bad people. They're okay. You can drink a beer with them. But that don't mean you need to vote for them, because they will not be part of the team that formed the government, and then they cannot do anything for you. So people, I want you to think wisely, act wisely, and vote wisely. Now, sometimes I hear people talking about, they would like to hear Neil talking more. But I want to talk about that. There's something that disturbs me as a community activist in this country. Many people would walk up to me, and you know what they would tell me? "My, like how you talk, you should be a politician. My, you talk real sweet, you should be a politician." And then we're going to get politicians that can only talk when they want to know what's going on. People like Neil that have worked with people, that is who you want to represent you. People that look after people, not people that can talk sweet. Because do you want talk or do you want action? Do you want talk or do you want action? Do you want talk or do you want action? So that is why it brings me great comfort
to mount this stage tonight to encourage everyone out here as this government redoubles its efforts, if given the opportunity by you to form the next government, to redouble our efforts to work for you. Because you can stay home, or you can decide you are voting for an opposition. And then we could wake up on January 20th to the weeping and the gnashing of teeth, because you may have a new Prime Minister, Prime Minister Verla de Pisa, Prime Minister Joe Edgell, Prime Minister Granville Phillips, and these things ain't even got the ring to them. So be very careful with that franchise you have come January 19th. That is what I want each and every one of you to think about. These are the things that I get very serious about. For me, this is not about politics. This is about policies. This is not about politics. This is about programs. This is not about politics. This is about progress. And I want you all to remember that. Because a lot of times we get caught up, you know, in the posters and the speeches and the pomp and the pageantry. But that is not what is going to put food on your table. And talking about food on your table, there's something I want to talk about for the first time here. And I can speak about it in Deacons Road. Deacons Road holds a very special place in my heart. Now, during COVID and during the lockdown, a lot of people were not able to pay their bills. A lot of people stopped paying the bills. And then COVID still here, the lockdown not here, people bills build up. I know utility companies are cutting off people. Good night, fruits. Good night, my friend. Good night. Hometown. Respect. Respect in every aspect, from your toe up to your neck and slightly above. Now, I am visiting too many homes in Barbados with electricity off. So I am telling you here, and I'm telling you now, I ain't come to make any commitments, but I am telling you, as your next representative for the city of Bridgetown, I will be letting the government know, and I'm letting the Prime Minister know even before, that we have to come up with a utility program to be able to speak to, address to, put some money in the hands of utility companies to ease off of my poor people and turn back on their light bills and turn on the light, protect the water, the internet for online school. And I have no doubt that that is what a caring government does. Because Auntie Mia cares and the Barbados Labour Party cares too. Understand that. As we used to say in primary school, put that in your pipe and smoke it. So these are the sort of things that we are about. We are not about getting up on platform after platform, parish after parish, cursing and cussing people, because that does not put food on your table. That does not pay your light bill. That does absolutely nothing for you to get up on a stage and talk about childless women. Well, you got the woman womb, you can tell she have to have a child or not. Madness and rubbish. Tell me what you are going to do for us and for you. We do not have time for that. Now, after Barbados went through the last 10 years, we know what it was. We know what we left in 2018. So much so that as a collective group, as a country, we said enough is enough. And y'all went out and y'all made sure that it all in a box. Why did y'all do that? Was it out of viciousness and vindictiveness and wickedness? No. It was because we looked to the left and we looked to the right and we looked in front and we looked behind. And we saw that the country was in reverse. It was in submission. It was in danger of collapse. But then, y'all decided to go to the polls in a decisive manner in 2018, and then we make first, second, not park and reverse, but third and fourth. And that is what we must continue January 19th. Now I want to show you all something now. Some people stop me and ask, why they call election early, you have more time. But you know, I respect the Prime Minister. These waters can't help me. My voice gone days ago and ain't coming back. But I don't mind the voice, mind the heart. Now the Prime Minister said it and I will repeat it. We had meetings. He said, I ain't care about the power. I call her a despot. A despot that's given 2 years of office. She said, look, we need a mandate or we will drift. Because people that should know better, because it is silly season, they're all about the players doing a bunch of foolishness. Bunch of rubbish. So let me go back to the polls and get a mandate from the people who got the real power. Which, you know at the end of the day, is you. And that is what she did. So I want people to understand the type of leader that we have. And that is why it is important, if you want to continue upward, if you want to continue forward, if you want Barbados to go forward for you, your children, and your grandchildren, it is important that on January 19th, you re-elect Mia and more Motley as the Prime Minister of this country and the Barbados Labour Party. It is a must for development. It is obvious. It is a no-brainer. It is a da plaqué. That is what it is come January 19th. So as I dismount this stage and return to the city, and remember the city, I bring love from the city of Bridgetown to the St. Michael Northwest and the Deacons Road and Black Rock family. But as I dismount this stage tonight, I ask one thing of you and one thing alone, to go out and to vote and to ensure that you call a brother, call a sister, call a aunt, call a boyfriend, call an ex-boyfriend, ex-girlfriend. Call on the goat, the dog, and the goldfish if you have to ensure that we send a message to Barbados that we are not going back, we are not returning back, but we are going forward and going forward and going up and going forward. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, and make sure that you cast your vote come January 19th and bring out all your friends and family to send the message that the Barbados Labour Party is here to take us forward. Good night and God bless.
You, let me vote for Corey Lane. I feel this for the things that's for the things. Watch your name, man. Let me get this pen here, man. For the vote here, man. I show that I feel it. For this Labour Party, you know. You vote, Corey Levy, vote, Corey Levy, vote. Let Corey know that he got me support. Vote, Corey Levy, vote, Corey Levy, vote now. For Corey Levy, vote, Corey Levy, vote.
Vote, and continue to vote. Let me get back to some serious talk though. Because let me tell you, all the nice songs, all the sweet songs, all the dancing to the nice songs and the sweet songs will not make a difference if you do not march yourself and go next Wednesday and vote for the Barbados Labour Party candidate in your constituency. Remember what I tell you, you know, these songs will add up to nothing. And if we do not do what we have to do to secure a future, not for ourselves, stop thinking only about ourselves. Think about your children. And you got to think long term. Think about their children, your grandchildren. This is no joke election. We will dance and we will party. We will get some jokes. But whenever the song's off, whenever the posters are down, speakers down, I want you to have deep consideration and reflection before you make that X. It is a simple thing. It always has been a simple thing. But that simple thing when we make a mistake with it, it stays with us for 5 years, sometimes 10 years, and it ruins us. Am I wrong or right? Remember I said tonight, I want to be hearing from you. Is that small mistake, could it not ruin us for 5 or 10 years? We do not want it. We were in a position in 2018 on the edge of a cliff, a deep cliff. And you know the person that took us right to the edge of the cliff comes back to say that he is glad that he did it. You believe that this is a person, imagine a person treating you badly. I mean, doing the worst things to you. I mean, I hate to say it, women might understand it even more than men. Doing the worst thing to you. And then they come and say, well, I feel good about it. There were glorious days. Glorious days, maybe for him, but not for us. And this is it. Nothing has changed. Very little has changed. In fact, some of them are now up in the middle of a fight for supremacy at George Street. And they want to bring it onto the national stage. But we must tell them no. We must tell them that we are staying the course. I keep saying all night, I don't want sad faces. I want serious faces. I want us to realize. And as you speak to people that bring rumors to you, because there are a lot of rumors going around, a lot of silly rumors. The timing of the election, Corey just explained it. You could check for yourself. There have been elections all across the world. There have been elections in the Caribbean. Why it is that Barbadians think that we are so special, or we are indifferent, or we are not capable of having free and fair and safe elections? Why? If we could go in the supermarket safe, we could go in to a polling station safe. And I want you all to recognize this. I keep saying that when you tell a friend and a friend tell a friend, that is the type of contagiousness that we need. We need you to convince the undecided. There's enough information, if they're readers, that they can see what the future will look like under a Barbados Labour Party government. Under Mayor Motley, we are safer with Mayor Motley. But even if you just take a casual glance, and you know that individual say that we are worse off now than when he left us at the edge of that cliff. He has the audacity to say that. But the message that will go home to the Democratic Labour Party, again, we will activate and reactivate. When the Barbados Labour Party reactivate, are we going to not reactivate? I want to hear you. I'm not hearing you. Reactivate Barbados Labour Party. And we will return Neil Rowe to the House of Assembly. We will return Mayor Amor Motley as the Prime Minister of Barbados. And we will be safe under Mayor Amor Motley and her team. We're going to now hear from another Barbados Labour Party, an outstanding member of the Barbados Labour Party, a representative who will be returned as a representative, because I keep saying that the Barbados Labour Party's representatives and the politicians, they understand people. They are not fly by night. I'm going to introduce to you Arthur Holder. And Arthur Holder will come and he too will give you chapter and verse on the Barbados Labour Party. I know that you may not need convincing because you're here and you look like Barbados Labour Party supporters. But I will say this, when I come back before the night's finish, I will address some people that may not be, and I will try to convince them, and I would want you to take the message to them. Because sometimes who you like and who you support don't like you or don't support you. So I am proud to present Arthur Holder, and he will give you what he has to say on the Barbados Labour Party as we look forward to a great future under Mayor Amor Motley. Arthur Holder.
We going with the BLP. We resting ready. Them men ready. Yeah, we going with the BLP.
pleasant good night, Barbados. A pleasant good night to the BLP family. And a very special good night to the good people of St. Michael Northwest. I was a constituent of St. Michael Northwest from 1979 to 2000. So I know the heartbeat of the people of St. Michael Northwest. I know where their loyalty lies, and I also know that persons masquerading as political aspirants cannot come to the good people of the farm and fool them in 2022. That you, the good people of this constituency, know when people are taking you for granted. I want to speak to you tonight within the context of 3 periods, hoping to inform you and make you understand why your vote on the 19th of January 2022 is not only so important for you, but for your children and for future generations of this country. And to so do, I want to draw a comparative analysis between the period of 2008 to 2018, the period of 2018 to 2021, and the period of 2022 and beyond. And within the context of so doing, it is most important that you appreciate and understand the statement that was emanated from the lips of the former Prime Minister of this country a couple of nights ago at a spot meeting on behalf of the candidate of the Democratic Labour Party. I would really appreciate if that specific quote can be played for the benefit of the people of this good constituency, so that you can imbibe it, understand it, and let it be imbued in your mind for the 19th of January 2022.
Speech. Nobody in Barbados or outside of Barbados can get from the drone short to feel ashamed about what happened between 2008 and 2018. It was a glorious period.
Wow.
You heard what the former Prime Minister of this country said on a political platform. And he was speaking to you. Just remember that. He was speaking to you and telling you that you had a glorious period between 2008 to 2018. I want you to remember those years, and especially for the working class people and the middle class people of this country who were forced to smell hell under the rule of the Democratic Labour Party. And let me say this to you. The mere fact that he can come on a political platform and say this on behalf of the Democratic Labour Party tells you that he is not divorced from the party, that he's part and parcel of the same masquerade of people who have come before you in 2022 asking for a vote. And I want to remind you of a couple of things that are especially important to poor people and middle class people in this country that occurred under the regime of that last administration. I am sure that there are members of households in this constituency, in Deacons Farm, in Furniers, etc., who aspired to go to the University of the West Indies and who wanted to go to the University of the West Indies. And in 2014, lest you forget, by the stroke of a pen, poor people in this country, middle class people in this country were told that they had to pay tuition fees, were unable to pay tuition fees to go to tertiary institutions in this country. Some had to leave university. Some had to postpone university. And it is only because of this present administration, under the astute leadership of Mayor Amor Motley, that on the 24th of July 2018, we allowed Barbadians to go back to the University of the West Indies free of cost. Never you ever forget that. So that when these political aspirants come to your house, ask them what they did to you, not what they did for you. Ask them to explain why they encumbered you, why they stopped you from going to tertiary institutions. Please ask them to explain why. And what is even more sad, some of those same persons who have laid in slumber, just like Nero fell where Rome was burning, all of a sudden have returned to a fold to seek political office again. What is even sad, some of those same persons were educated at the University of the West Indies free of cost. Don't you ever forget that. Ask them, then push down the ladder, because you can claim anything when they're finished with you. Do not let them come to your homes asking for a vote. Remind them that the poor people of this country, the working class of this country, the middle class of this country ought not to forget. But that is only the beginning. Lest we forget, I am sure that all of you could remember what the streets of the South Coast were. Raw sewage floating all across the streets of this country in the South Coast. It was so bad that travel advisories were issued against this country. But the only time in normal circumstances that countries issue travel advisories is in relation to crime. That's the norm. Or impending bad weather. But remember, for the first time in the history of this country, under the rule of the Democratic Labour Party, people tell the citizens, don't come to this country, it's in a mess. And if that was not bad enough, but you remember that you can get from point A to point B, but they didn't have no buses. People line up for hours in the Fairchild Street bus stand, getting in the bus stand at 6 o'clock, catching their bus at 10 and 11 o'clock, can't get to work for the morning, productivity down. But you know it get worse than that relative to buses. Because for the first time in the history of a country, a small developing country, even a bus went missing.
Oh.
Even a bus went missing. A bus could not be found. They know if it's BM2, BM22, BM222, can't be found. Never heard that at all. And then it even get worse. Throughout the lane from Bradford, Barbados, garbage all over the place. Cannot get collected because they're in the garbage trucks. And it ain't done there. Don't you ever forget, it ain't done there. With our government saying home enough civil servants, we want to forget that. So that, let us draw the contrast. Remember, that was a glorious period as pronounced and announced by the DLP. But hold on. Why you almost forget? Remember that when they debated this whole thing about tuition fees, people in the lower house, which is the House of Assembly, on the Democratic Labour Party side, said not a word in defense of poor people. But the now leader or president of the Democratic Labour Party, because I really don't know if she's the leader of the Democratic Labour Party or if she's president of the Democratic Labour Party. Remember that she sat in the upper house in the Senate of this country here, and she said not a word on behalf of poor people in this country.
Oh.
So that when you go to vote, you have to vote for the people who have done things for the poor people of this country and for the middle class of this country. So that your acts must be done not with vengeance, but with purpose. And that an X for the members of the Barbados Labour Party is to emphasize who you trust with your future. So then, that is 2008 to 2018. A serious time in the history of this country. I remember they had no foreign exchange, they had no foreign reserves, so that the parity of the Belgian dollar to the US dollar was in jeopardy. But what did this good Barbados Labour Party government did for you? Within the space of 3.5 years, we have done so much for the people of this country. the first thing we did is to restore the credibility of this country. That's the first thing we did. Remember, between 2008 and 2018, you can borrow no money. The government can get no money to borrow because when nobody has no respect for them. And you know that in that same period, downgrades became a norm. Downgrades was a norm, Is it downgrades was if you go into the supermarket and you buy a pack of biscuits or biscuits and cheese, you could eat up in the morning for breakfast. During that period, you had 23 downgrades, print money like rain. But what we did, when we came into power, the first thing we did, when we came into office, we not only restored credibility, all foreign reserves shot up. And at one point, about 38 weeks in foreign reserves that we had, this is what we did for the people of this country. We restored confidence in this country. We ensured that the poor people and the working class and the middle class people of this country could go back to university free of charge. Never you forget that. But we ain't only buy buses, you know. We ain't only buy buses. We bought electric buses, enabling you to go about your business with a degree of care, feeling good for yourself. We can't, according to people, we can't even hear any buses coming down now, so sometimes you just miss them. That's what we did. We didn't only do that. We bought 33 trucks so that all your trucks now will collect garbage. But I looking around. I looking around in Deacons Farm, and I seeing some pretty receptacles. Why you see when I got pretty bins about here, boy? How want to get them? It's all I want to got pretty bins here to put in recyclable stuff and all of that. But you really think we're not going to get that under a Democratic Labour Party? Well, if you can get garbage pickup, tell me how we can get them things here. And you saying that this is the best government that you had? Well, of course. So this is what we did. But then, you all remember this COVID-19 pandemic. And you see how this country handled this pandemic. How we were able to put in place with a degree of alacrity, Harrison Point, other facilities to ensure that we controlled this pandemic. So I want you to think back. Honestly, think back. And ask yourself, if during the period 2008 to 2018, by the policies of the Democratic Labour Party, they nearly kill all of we. They nearly kill all of we. You could understand if this pandemic had occurred under the Democratic Labour Party, what would have happened to this country?
Emotional damage.
It is as simple as that. So this is why it is important for you that when we go to the polls on January 19th, 2022, what you are voting for. You are voting for a number of things. You are voting for a government that you need and a government that you want. That is critical. You are voting for a government. In addition to that, you are voting for the future of this country. Additionally, you are voting for a representative that you can trust. Additionally, you are voting for a leader not only that you can trust, a leader who has been tried, tested, and proven. A leader who has not only been acclaimed locally or regionally, but internationally. That when she speaks, heads of government all over the world listen, applaud, and appreciate what she can do and what she has done. So that a vote on the 19th of January 2022 is a vote for a government that can keep you safe, a vote for a prime minister that can keep you safe, and a vote for a representative who is from among you. And let me use this time to speak about Mr. Neil Rowe. I have had the privilege to interact with Mr. Neil Rowe for the past 3.5 years. And the good book says, you know a man by his deeds. That is what the good book says. And I know the amount of work that Neil Rowe has done assiduously in this constituency. And he has done it from his heart. He is sincere. He is from among you. He's not only of you, but he is for you. You must always remember that. He ain't run away and left and come back. He walks with you. He talks with you. He does things on your behalf. And that is how you have to judge the character of a person. Look, for example, of the roles that he has done for your behalf, on your behalf. Look at the amount of people that he's had employed. He has taken people from off the block, given them a system and a thing of self-esteem, so that they can respect themselves. They value themselves now. You only have to look at Pile Bear. Look at what he has done for the fisher folk at Pile Bear. Made conditions better for them. This is what you want of your representative. Someone that is for you. So put aside all the talk that you might be hearing. Talk is cheap. Actions are sound and grounded in principle. Neil Rowe is committed to your cause. He fights on your behalf. He is someone that you can trust and that you ought to trust. That is why on the 19th of January 2022, that is the person to vote for. You are in safe hands with Mr. Neil Rowe and the Barbados Labour Party. That is who you should vote for. Understand that the period from 2022 are perilous times. These are going to be difficult times. Therefore, it is incumbent on you. It is in your interest, your children's interest, your grandchildren's interest, to ensure that when you go to the polls, you elect someone and you make it overwhelming. Do not let anyone come about here believing that your vote is for sale. Never let it be said that this is how the people look at you and value you. You know, there's this misconception that they can come in these areas like the farm, Ferniehurst, St. Michael's, Southeast, Pinelands, Gall Hill, in these districts and believe that they can buy a victory. That has always been the thought. So that when they do that, they do not value you. So that I want you to send the message. Send it clear. That when you vote for Neil Rowe, you vote for Mayor Amor Motley, a Prime Minister who has kept you safe, who will keep you safe, who you can trust, who has never ever deceived you. This is who you must vote for. And I want you to send this message. Send it clear throughout St. Michael Northwest. I want you to acclaim Neil Rowe not only as your candidate, but as the next representative for the people and the constituency of St. Michael Northwest, and place your confidence, repose your confidence in him again. I thank you. Good night and God bless you.
We going with the BLP. We resting ready. Them and ready. Yeah, we going with the BLP. We resting ready. Them and ready.
People smiling again, feeling proud again, 'cause we rising.
We rising.
We shining again, good things happening again, 'cause we rising.
We rising.
So we must stand together, side by side with each other, on the right path where we want to be, for the sake of this sweet country.
Hey, good night, good night. I tell you, them sound sweet, the lyrics nice. And we have to put the lyrics into action, you know. We rising. We not going back to 2018 when we were falling, we rising. I mean, after really, you know, after Holder really put it together, and if you're listening, you know, you have to pay attention. And we have to sometimes recognize some of the simple things. Because if you listen to politicians, sometimes, you know, it seems that they're talking things that don't impact on you directly. You may be thinking that way. But if we really examine the things that has happened after 2018, because sometimes we forget, we're very forgetful. And we're easy to forget. And I want to remind you. And then I will go on, because I promise you that apart from the BLP family, that I am sure recognize that we are not going back. It is forward ever, backward never. I am saying to you that I know, we know that, and we have to convert other people that are on the borderline. And we also have to get into the ears and the faces, and we have to let the people that think that the Dems love them, that the Dems don't really love them. And I'm going to examine some of the things. But let me go towards what I was saying about what has happened, and we may be too easy. We may start to forget, you know, too easy, too quickly. 3.5 years ago. And if you talk about embarrassment, I was embarrassed at Guyana. And I'm not saying anything against Guyana as a country. But that Barbados, the Barbados dollar, and Guyanese started, or Guyanese did not want to receive our money. Guyana We were becoming the laughing stock of the Caribbean. And we are proud Barbadians. We must not forget that. How could we forget that? And that is at the regional level. We had a leader that when you go by comparison now, I have people all over the world. I have friends. I'm on Facebook. I'm on social media. And then we have Barbadians that live in overseas. And they're so proud of our leader. A leader that can rub shoulders with any leader in the world today. I want you to just compare that with a Verdi Pisa. Compare it with a David Estwick. People, we got to be serious on Michael Lashley. And Richard Seeley. Y'all, if we don't take it serious, we wake up weeping. And we will weep for 5 years. We weep for 10. I am saying to you, do not take a risk. Do not take a chance. Do not make mock sport. Next week, go and vote and get every vote that you can get for the Barbados Labour Party. Not only your life depends on it, the life of your children and their children. There is a future under the Barbados Labour Party. There is doom under the Democratic Labour Party. Don't mind what they're saying. Simple things that happen. Simple things. We move from a state where you didn't even know what a garbage truck looked like. When you say garbage truck, you thought it was Santa Claus because it was almost coming once a year. And what do we have now? You see, we forget too quickly, we forget too quickly. Apart from the garbage truck, we have moved into a position where we are understanding waste management, how we are putting it in place, the way how we handle our waste that would help our environment. These are things that I say if you take it lightly today, 10 and 15 years from now, we will say if we had known. But we know now because we have a leader with vision. We have a leader that she stands among us, but she sees beyond us. And what you have on the other side, you have a leader that put a badge on himself and put a halo over his head for driving us into the ground for 10 years and said they were the glorious years. Let me tell you something. We do not want any more years like that, and to ensure that we stay the course and that we stay safe. We going. Where are we going? We are going with Mayor Amor Motley. And when I say Neil, you say what? I can't hear you when I say Neil, say what? That is it, raw and raw. Because, I can get back to some of the things that we tend to forget. But let me stick a pin here with raw again. You don't spend time trying to pick and look at little issues if you're not small-minded. If you're not small-minded. So when they're picking at raw, they're being small-minded. Everything between Roe and his opponent is big and small. His success is result of what he has. Small-minded. Pick at Roe. Bring out a one-pager. Roe has a complete book to show what he has done for this for Northwest. You got a one-pager, and Roe has. Don't mind to say that Roe quiet, but y'all know that he is a quiet giant. A quiet giant. And when I say Neil, you say what? Next week I want to hear more than that. Consider every row a vote. When I say Neil, you say what? That's starting to sound good. Another thing. Buses. I know that Mr. just now, Arthur Holder spoke about the buses. But we have to be very careful. We have to be very careful. Because in a Barbados where people rely on buses, I remember on the calling program, some person said that the government wastes money to bring in buses. When I heard that, I could not believe it. People always speak from their perspective. That has to be a person that have a motor car or two. How could bringing in buses be a bad investment? How could it be? So, let me switch. I hope that my other speaker is here, but I will continue until I see him in their shot. Until I see him in my shot. He's here? That's sounding good. But let me let me get a little 3 minute here. Let me tell you something. I will come back, but I want to establish in your mind for your consideration that do not like people and support people do not like you or support you. Do not like and support people that do not like and support you. The Democratic Labour Party has proven time and time again, and we are not going to take a chance. We are not going to risk them. They are not ready. The Democratic Labour Party, they are just not ready, and we are not going to take a chance with them. The truth is hurt. So you tell all your dem friends and all of the dems that listening to me that the truth is hurt. And you know I have no problems with loyalty. Because in the Barbados Labour Party, we love loyalty. Loyalty is a good quality. But let me tell you something. When you put blind before loyalty and you end up with blind loyalty, you got problems. You have problems with blind loyalty. And do not support the Democratic Labour Party with your blind loyalty. Dems, you will doom us. Do not doom Barbados. We are staying the course. We are going with Neil Rowe. We are going with Ian Goodin Edgell. We are going with Corey Lane. We are going with every single one of them. We are going. We are staying the course. We are safer on the Mia Motley. Ladies and gentlemen, my pleasure is to introduce Ian Goodin. Ian Goodin Edgell. Ian Goodin Edgell.
BLP is the best. BLP. If you love Barbados as bad as me, vote for BLP. Mia and the team BLP. Vote for BLP. You want the best for this country. Vote for BLP. Barbados Labour Party is for we. Vote for BLP. Why? Them wasn't ready. Them ready. Them wasn't ready. I voted for BLP. Them wasn't ready. Mia and the BLP. Them wasn't ready. I voted for BLP. Them wasn't ready. Mia is best in lead. I know you agree with me. The rest of them ain't ready, and that ain't too good for me. But Mia and BLP, the future for this country. So January 19th, I vote in BLP. If you love Barbados as bad as me, vote for BLP. Mia and the team BLP. Vote for BLP. You want the best for this country. Vote for BLP. Well, Barbados Labour Party is for me. Vote for BLP. Them wasn't ready. Them wasn't ready yet. I voted for BLP. Them wasn't ready yet. Them wasn't ready. Them wasn't ready yet. I voted for BLP. Them wasn't ready yet.
Good night, Deacons Farm. Good night, and I love you too. Good night, Deacons Farm. I want to hear you. I have come tonight to row with Neil Rowe. I have come tonight in support of a man who went to Parliament like me in 2018 after you, the people of St. Michael Northwest, decided in your numbers to vote in your overwhelming numbers for Neil Rowe. And you know, Neil Rowe took out a political giant in this constituency. But now they've sent a political lightweight. And I am confident that Neil Rowe will once again join me and other members of the Barbados Labour Party in going to Parliament when we walk up those stairs after the January 19th general election. And I've come to you tonight to say that in this constituency, Neil Rowe has made a significant contribution to St. Michael Northwest. And why do I say so? I say so because Neil Rowe has been able to make changes that were absolutely necessary. Neil Rowe was able to put several people to work in this constituency. Neil Rowe was able to improve drainage in this constituency. Neil Rowe came to this constituency and he ensured that he also had his fair share of roads. And I'll come back to that a bit later tonight. But I come to you to say to you that after 3.5 years, you have found a man in Neil Rowe as a representative, a person who's capable of representing your interests, a person who will give his very last to his constituents, a man who's deeply committed to his people. And as we walk through Deacons Farm, Goodland, Freehill, the one thing that people tell you, they tell you that we see Neil Rowe. Neil Rowe is never missing in action. The other thing that they say is that you have a situation where a person who just emerged on the political scene decides that he will come out here and try to give the impression that he's done so much. And as the chairman produced a document to record Neil Rowe's accomplishments versus a man who's come with a one-pager. And I say to you that in this general election, your choice is clear. Neil Rowe has been truly an outstanding son of this soil in St. Michael, Northwest. Thank you. And I want to say to you that with such talent, with such a record of accomplishment, I can only ask you, when you go to the polls on January the 19th, that you return Neil Rowe as the duly elected member of parliament for this constituency. But tonight I have also come here to tell you that there's a significant difference between the Barbados Labour Party and the Democratic Labour Party. And I've also come to you tonight to show the contrast between the Barbados Labour Party and the Democratic Labour Party. And I dare say to you that on the basis of what we've accomplished as I go through our accomplishments, some of our accomplishments tonight, you will be left with no choice but to return the Barbados Labour Party and Neil Rowe. This Barbados Labour Party inherited a government that had broken infrastructure. They had neglected the infrastructure in Barbados. They had so ruined the Barbados economy that there was a one good credit rating about Barbados. Everything was downgraded to junk. The Democratic Labour Party did nothing to restore confidence in the public transport system in Barbados. The Democratic Labour Party did nothing to improve unemployment, to increase employment, to reduce the levels of unemployment in Barbados. The Democratic Labour Party left us with few reserves to cover any imports that we wish to buy. That is what they left us with. And now they come to you to ask you for a vote. And when they come down here knocking on your doors in Deacons Farm, I want you to ask them and I want you to remind them of the sorry and sad state that they left Barbados. I want you, when they come knocking asking you for a vote down here, I want you to remind them about the credit ratings that they left Barbados with, down to junk. I want you to ask them and to remind them about the public transport system that was broken, that the Barbados Labour Party had to fix. I want you to tell them that you don't want them to come at your door
because their term in office was so disastrous, as everything that they do with the Dems, a disastrous Labour Party. That is what they are. Democratic but disastrous. And I say to you that the Barbados Labour Party made the job of managing the affairs of this country look small. And they did so because they were capable. But the undertaking was a massive undertaking. Can you imagine a government coming into office, being faced with significant debt repayments, being faced with little or no foreign reserves, being faced with a broken public transport system, being faced with high unemployment? Can you imagine? But thankfully, the Barbados Labour Party went to work. And in a very short time, the Barbados Labour Party made this economy look easy. But I say to you, it wasn't easy. It took the men and women in the cabinet to work extremely long hours to restore fiscal discipline in Barbados, to maintain stability and economic and social stability in Barbados. It took men and women in the cabinet led by the Prime Minister to work overtime in order to bring us out of the state that we were in, a sad and sorry state that we were faced with. But the Barbados Labour Party has always made the job look easy. And because of that, you should not be carried away, because the same men and women who would want to raise their heads in this election campaign were nowhere to be found when the Barbados economy was being worked on and fixed. And I say to you, it took men like Neil Rowe to come into Parliament and to work hard on your behalf and to restore economic order to Barbados. It took the entire cabinet and members of the entire parliamentary group the time and the resources that they had to invest in Barbados in order to make Barbados what it is today. And what a wonderful transformation it has been. The Barbados Labour Party transformed the Barbados economy. When people were hurling their heads in shame, the Barbados rose like the eagle and soared to the skies, because it was absolutely necessary that we did it. And we did it for the common good of you. And I want to continue with the contrast. When the Democratic Labour Party was in office, we had no end of water challenges in Barbados. Do you recall the residents in St. John and in St. Joseph and in St. Thomas not being able to get water on Christmas Day, on New Year's Day, on Easter? Do you recall that a government, the Democratic Labour Party government, that was in office for 10 years and couldn't get water fixed for the people in St. John, St. Joseph, and St. Thomas? The Barbados Labour Party, under the leadership of Mayor Amor Montley, came to office with a plan to have a water augmentation project. And the water augmentation project was not only for St. John, St. Joseph, and St. Thomas. The Barbados Labour Party put together a plan to fix and repair the broken water infrastructure in Barbados. And we went to work and worked hard to restore water. And it simply took us 1 year. The project started on August 14th, and within 1 year, the water augmentation, known as Vineyard Water Augmentation Program, was completed. And this last Christmas, nobody in St. John and St. Thomas and St. Thomas had reason to complain that they can get water flowing through the taps. Nobody, if you're going to the highest point in St. Joseph, be it Chimborazo or Cotton Tower, they too were getting water. And we went to work as a disciplined group because we knew what lay ahead of us. And we are not only fixing the issues in the eastern corridor of Barbados, we've also commenced a mains replacement program across Barbados. We have to change out the mains that were left in a state of neglect by the Democratic Labour Party that refused to invest in the infrastructure in water So that we are now faced with a situation that those men that were there for close to 100 years and that ought to have been changed out before we came to office, that we are now faced with the task of changing out those men in Barbados. And we have started. We changed out over 23 kilometers on the eastern corridor of Barbados. We did the Vineyard Project and changed out some mains up there. And we're now heading to the north. We've commenced a mains replacement program in the north of Barbados for the residents in St. Lucie and St. Peter who continue to get that brownish, what we refer to as coffee water. We are fixing the mains so that when Verla and the Democratic Labour Party decide that they want to come to you and tell you about these problems, you say to her, because she was part of the parliamentary group under the last administration, you say to her that your government should have taken all the money that they had, all the money that they earned, and they should have put it back into an augmentation program so that the people, to change out the mains, so that the people in St. Peter and St. Lucie would not have to suffer with the brownish water. That is what we are doing. So that within a couple months, the issue of the brown water in St. Lucie and St. Peter will be corrected. But that's not all what we're doing. Yes, we change out mains in Barbados and we continue to do so. But we also had a situation where the reservoirs were broken in this country, where the above ground tanks, water tanks, could not even stand up to a category 3 hurricane. And what we did, we decided that we would immediately set about a program to change out the above ground water tanks and also to refurbish the reservoirs in Barbados. And we have done so. If you look and see what we did at Fort George Heights, above ground water tank, new concrete tank. When you look and see what we did at Lodge Hill, when you look around and see what we've done in Boscobel, St. Lucie, and when you go now to Half Acre, and you see that a new tank is about to be commissioned, and there's several other new tanks. And you know why we're doing it? We're doing it because, yes, we have to change out the water tanks, but we are also changing and improving the infrastructure because it's absolutely necessary that we have sufficient reserves of water in this country. It is a very strategic move. It is part of the Strategic Water Reserves Program that your Barbados Labour Party implemented so that, God forbid, and anything had to happen if there was a rupture, we would still have enough water in storage tanks to get to the homes of people in Barbados. That is what your caring Barbados Labour Party did in respect of water infrastructure. So that when the Dems come around and they want to criticize and talk about water, ask them, why did you not fix the water problems in St. John, St. Thomas, and St. Joseph? Why did you leave those problems for the people, for the Barbados Labour Party to come to office to fix? When they complain about St. Lucie, I want you to ask them the question as well. So that we have nothing to be ashamed about. We have everything to be proud about because this Barbados Labour Party continues to work in your interests. And I can go and I can tell you about the future plans that we have for water in Barbados. We are going to secure Barbados' water supply because we know it's absolutely critical that we do so. We are going to continue with our augmentation programs. We are going to have a combination of desalination plants as well so that Barbados will never be lacking. That is what was left for us, and that is what we are doing in your name and in your interests. The other significant change that we made as an administration was the road infrastructure. Do you recall, ladies and gentlemen, those of you who had to drive and go around Goodland and go around by the cemetery wall, do you recall the state of the road here at Goodland? Do you recall the large potholes that you had to navigate if you were driving, and if you were walking, you had to scotch around them so you won't wring your ankle? Do you recall these Highway 1, broken infrastructure. When you look around this constituency, you can see the road works at Nero. Nero would come to me and he would ask me and say, Minister, I want you to fix this road and I want you to fix that road. And I can say to you that we have a comprehensive roadworks program. And our comprehensive roadworks program will improve the road infrastructure and network in this St. Michael Northwest constituency. And in this constituency, you are going to see, for example, areas like Barker's Gap and Gales Gap. You're going to see on the border there, Bridge Gap, where we have roads earmarked to be repaired. You're going to see roads that Nero has asked me to do in this constituency for him as part of the continuation of the roadworks infrastructure program in this constituency. But when you go beyond this constituency and you look around Barbados and you look and see the roads that we have done, a lot of roads in this country. I named them the other night when we had the launch of our manifesto. I told you about them. Not only did we fix Highway 1, Phase 1, not only did we fix Gullen right around the loop to Gullen by the cemetery wall, not only did we go to Arthur Hoder, who spoke here not so long ago, to his constituency and fix all the royal roads. We went to St. Joseph and we fixed roads. We went to St. James and we fixed roads. We went to St. Lucie and we fixed roads. Ladies and gentlemen, we went to Christ Church, and we are still in Christ Church tonight, and we fixed roads. We went to St. Philip. We went to St. John. We went all over Barbados fixing roads. Like I said the other night, in less than a year when I became minister, we fixed over 60 roads in Barbados. Unheard of by the Democratic Labour Party. A wonderful accomplishment. And when you look at our road network today and compare our road network to what obtained under the Democratic Labour Party, there's absolutely no comparison. Barbados' roads were neglected. They had fallen into a state of major disrepair. They had deteriorated. It took the Barbados Labour Party to come to office to restore in part our infrastructure and to build and reconstruct and mill and pave roads all across Barbados. All across Barbados. And you know that we did road construction at a time when the government revenues had fallen by over 660 million. We did roads during a pandemic when other countries were only concerned with managing their current state of affairs in a pandemic. Roads never stopped being reconstructed and milled and paved in Barbados during a pandemic. And you know why we did it? We did it because we recognized that capital expenditure was absolutely necessary. But we also did it because we recognized that we had to keep men and women at work in this country for the common good of this country. Not one road was spared in Barbados. When we are finished, we will have a comprehensive program. I can tell you tonight that not only will we be fixing residential roads, but you recognize there was a clear strategy. We know that we have to fix other roads, highways and other major highways and the Scotland district roads. But in preparation for that, until we got the funding, we took the initiative, the broad initiative, to start residential roads, so that when we came into your community and we fixed your road, and then you drove out onto the highways and you recognized that we are fixing your roads, you would have felt good about that. And I can tell you that our roadworks program will continue into the new term. We have almost $25 million to spend on IADB Road Global Roads Project, refurbishing and rehabilitating major highways in Barbados, all over Barbados. That is what we are going to be doing. We are also going to be rehabilitating and fixing major roads across this country as part of the improved road network. When we have the $100 million CAF Works program fully in operation. And we've started our project already. And in starting the project, we have brought significant benefits to Barbados. And you know that when you go into a community and you start to build out roads, there are certain economic benefits for that community. And that is what we have done. And we will continue to build out the road infrastructure. And the people in the eastern corridor of Barbados in particular, the Scotland district, they will not be disappointed because we are going to have a $230 million roadworks program throughout the entire Scotland district. And as part of that program, we will be improving not only the water infrastructure, we will be improving drainage because it's absolutely necessary that we do so in order to make Barbados the stellar and the shining star that it used to be. And I can go on and can tell you about the other infrastructure projects. But when you fix the roads in Barbados, they'll be long and lasting because the roads, like I said, were broken for too long. And I say to you that this community has been a beneficiary of the road infrastructure. And this constituency will continue to be the beneficiary of the major roadworks program. So you have no fear. When Nero tells you that he spoke to the minister responsible for transport works and water resources, and he told him that he's going to fix the roads that he told you that he wanted fixed, believe you and believe him when he tells you that, because he's spoken to me at length about the road works required in this constituency. And we shall not let him down. I also want to say to you that a government that came to office with a broken public transport system. A broken public transport system. Tonight, you have the wonderful view of electric buses gracing the byways and the highways of Barbados. And I can boast about it like other members of the Barbados Labour Party team, because I was part in my capacity as chairman of the transport board. We went abroad. We undertook serious due diligence. We went out there to find the best possible electric bus for Barbados. And we brought the buses to Barbados. And can I tell you that those buses remain in working order as they continue to grace the highways and byways of Barbados. What a remarkable fleet. And the buses that we bought, and we didn't buy all one time. We had 33. Then we got additional 2. And then they said to the Prime Minister, we are ready for additional buses. And the Prime Minister said, go ahead. And we procured additional 14 electric buses and bringing the fleet to a total of 49 buses, electric buses in Barbados. No other country in the Caribbean can boast of a fleet of some 49 electric buses in any Caribbean country. None. And I say to you that this country is on the up and the go. This country, in a short 3.5 years, has brought more progress to Barbados than any government based on the pandemic that we were faced with. During the pandemic, the Barbados Labour Party took the initiative, the bold initiative, to ensure that workers got their unemployment benefit funds. This government undertook an initiative to ensure that those who contributed to the National Insurance Scheme, that they too will be beneficiaries. Were you a taxi driver? Were you a hairdresser? Were you a shopkeeper? Don't care what service you were involved in. When the pandemic struck, the Mayor Monley administration, this Barbados Labour Party brought relief to you. This Barbados Labour Party brought significant relief to families in Barbados. We didn't only do it with the care packages. The government went an additional step and elected to ensure that those of you who are working in the hotel sector benefit from a BEST program to protect people who would have otherwise been unemployed, to ensure that they have jobs and that they were receiving income. That is what this government did. And it didn't destroy the national insurance scheme, because the government committed to a replenishment of the unemployment benefit fund of over $140 million. And this Barbados Labour Party have already set aside $50 million and paid it in to the national insurance scheme, with further payments to come. So that your national insurance scheme continues to be fine, continues to be secure, despite what people will tell you. And speaking about that, let me also tell you about a major initiative that the Barbados Labour Party undertook. The Democratic Labour Party left office with more than 30,000 cases where people had claims for unemployment benefits, funeral grant, maternity benefit, you name them. 30,000 claims, a backlog of 30,000 claims. The Barbados Labour Party came to office, and within short time, those 30,000 claims that were in backlog were cleared, and you had millions of dollars. Can you imagine that a government in office and that women who had applied for their maternity benefit had to wait 2 and 3 years before they got their maternity benefit check? Can you imagine that? And they would want to come to you and tell you that they're caring. They are not caring. It is this Barbados Labour Party that is a caring party, a party that has produced and has done so well on your behalf. And I say to you on that basis that it is your duty, it is almost your responsibility when you go to the polls on January the 19th. Go to the polls, ladies and gentlemen, and vote for renewed hope. Vote for continued confidence. Vote for the continued works of the Barbados Labour Party. This party has made a significant contribution to the development of Barbados. And I say to you that I can go on, and I can go on, and I can go on. And I can tell you about how we're building out the infrastructure in Barbados. And I can tell you about the other projects that we have. But I say to you that we have to continue our program. It has been a wonderful story to stand before you and to tell you all across Barbados what we have done in short 3.5 years. Can you imagine if we didn't have the pandemic to deal with? But this country would have been transformed immediately. You would not have recognized Barbados were it not for the pandemic. We had so many plans that we were going to realize on your behalf, but the pandemic came. But I also want to say something about the pandemic. That our handling of the pandemic alone should be a signal and should be a vote in the confidence of this government. Because the Barbados Labour Party, through its vision and its leadership, was in a position to build out a care facility at Harrison's Point. Your Barbados Labour Party was in a position to ensure that we didn't have bodies piling up in a morgue in Barbados. Your Barbados Labour Party ensured that you don't have patients lying or sitting in a corridor awaiting medical attention, or lying or sitting in a corridor on death's door. Your Barbados Labour Party so managed the pandemic that the healthcare resources that we had were put into operation to ensure that we manage the pandemic. And our management of the pandemic tells the story about the leadership in the Barbados Labour Party, about the cabinet and the parliamentary team of the Barbados Labour Party. And on that basis alone, I tell you that deserves a vote of confidence when you go to the polls on January 19th. I've been signaled that I have to come down. I would have loved to continue to tell this story, but I will say this to you. Neil Rowe has done an outstanding job in this constituency. And by the sea of red I see down here tonight, that is an endorsement. The sea of red that came to Deacons Farm tonight is but an endorsement of Neil Rowe's representation in St. Michael Northwest. The sea of red down here tonight is but another indication that the people of Barbados and the people in this constituency in particular continue to repose the confidence of Neil Rowe and the Barbados Labour Party. And that you know in Mayor Motley that you have a sure and steady leader. You know that in Mayor Motley you have a leader who is strong, a leader who can safely manage the affairs of Barbados. In Mayor Motley you have a leader who understands economics, a leader who can manage the fiscal affairs in Barbados and can restore fiscal discipline in Barbados. In Mayor Motley, you have a leader who's tried and who's tested. No other leader in Barbados in a post-independent Barbados has had to manage a pandemic. No leader in a post-independent Barbados had to manage not only a pandemic, but had to manage ashfall, had to manage a hurricane and a freak storm. And through it all, Mayor Motley came through for all of Barbados. All of Barbados, ladies and gentlemen. She came through for all in Barbados. And as she has come through for you when times were not so good, and as she came through for you and demonstrated her leadership, I want you on January next Wednesday, I want you to come through for Mayor Motley and the Barbados Labour Party. Are you going to come through for Mayor Motley and the Barbados Labour Party on January the 19th? Are you going to come through for Neil Rowe and the Barbados Labour Party on January the 19th? I can hear you loud and clear, and I can see you as you dance in your sea of red. Ladies and gentlemen, go to the polls on January the 19th. Go to the polls and vote for Neil Rowe. Vote for a safer St. Michael Northwest. Go to the polls and vote for Mayor Motley and the Barbados Labour Party. The Barbados Labour Party is Barbados. Barbados is safer with the Barbados Labour Party. Barbados is stronger with Mayor Motley and the Barbados Labour Party. Good night and God bless you.
Don't stand for my play that you vex. Get out there and hear me get the X. Cause you know BLP is the best. BLP. If you love Barbados as bad as me, vote for BLP. Me and the team BLP. Vote for BLP. You want the best for this country. Vote for BLP. Barbados Labour Party is for we. Vote for BLP. Why? Them boys ain't ready. Them ready. Them boys ain't ready. I voted for BLP. Them boys ain't ready. Me and the BLP.
Good night, good night. I'm telling you, this meeting is getting hype. This meeting is charged up. This meeting is getting higher and higher. After such a comprehensive presentation by Ian Gooden, Edgel, it is without doubt the type of character that we have, this type of substance that we have in the Barbados Labour Party. I mean, that was comprehensive to the point, and we're not going to do it, but that was comprehensive enough that we could almost go home, because the question that he asks, we need to ask just before we make that X. We have to ask, has Mayor Motley and the Barbados Labour Party delivered in difficult times? Will Mayor Motley, Neil Rowe, and the Barbados Labour Party deliver beyond this point? The answer is yes, these are tough times, and we need a leader with vision. We need Mayor Amor Motley. We need Neil Rowe in St. Michael Northwest. And let me tell you something. Neil Rowe has grown as a representative Neil Raw has moved from some person that came into the constituency a few years ago, unknown, but his character, he has been able to prove to us that he is a man of the people. And I want you, it is going to be quite easy for me to introduce Neil Raw because I started the meeting by asking you to help me chair the meeting. And imagine that every row that you say is a vote. I'm going to introduce Neil Raw. And every time I say Neil, what do you say? Raw! Neil! I ain't hear you, Neil! That's the man for you, Neil Raw. The next representative, the re-elected representative for St. Michael Northwest. He's not a man that talks, but you will see tonight that he can deliver. He will deliver tonight. He will show you what he has done for this constituency. He will indicate to you what he plans to do with this constituency after he's elected, after he's re-elected. So when I say Neil, I'm not hearing you, Neil. Come on, I want to hear you down in there, man. Neil. You know something right, Neil. That's what I'm talking about, man. So Neil Raw, you're re-elected, your next representative. He will continue to work for you. Neil Raw.
Anytime a man keep his word and do real enough for the community, from the time he get elected on now, he deserves to get the votes. So we can re-elect Neil Raw for St. Michael Northwest, for sure. Real results with Raw, be voting. Real results with Raw, you don't know. Real results with Raw, be voting. Real results with Raw. He built homes for disadvantaged families. Every day he helped the community, pave the roads so we can drive smoothly, provide jobs to help fight poverty, clean up programs for the community. Entrepreneurs get enough opportunities, promote peace and unity. Vote for Raw on the 19th of January. Real results with Raw, be voting. Real results with Raw, you don't know. Real results with Raw, be voting. Real results with Raw. Re-elect Neil Raw for St. Michael Northwest on the 19th of January. Real results with Raw. Anytime a man keep his word and do real enough for the community, from the time he get elected on now, he deserves to get the votes. So we can re-elect Neil Raw for St. Michael Northwest, for sure. Real results with Raw, be voting. Real results with Raw, you don't know. Real results with Raw, be voting. Real results with Raw. He built homes for disadvantaged families.
Good night, Deacons Farm. Good night, Barbados Labour Party family. Good night, St. Michael Northwest. Tonight, I come here to you, to the good people of Deacons Farm, to ask you to give me your support and your vote on the 19th of January. And tonight, I come here to set the record straight. And I want the Democratic Labour Party opposition to know that despite all of the lies and rumors that is being spread about me and my party, and all that you are doing to encourage people to pull down my posters, I want you to know that who God bless, no man curse. And tonight, I ain't come here like them to attack the Barbados Labour Party and to attack the representation of this constituency under my stewardship the way he did. I will not attack his representation or his reputation. But tonight, I come here to report to you, the people of Deacons Farm, and to let you know all of the good things that I have done for the last 3 years and a half being in office. And when you look at this document, my manifesto
It's not 4 pages like the Democratic Labour Party manifesto. And all the work that I have done throughout this constituency, a lot of people are surprised to see the amount of things that I have done and accomplished for the last 3 years and a half that I've been in office. And when I began between 2016 to 2018, I came to the people and I said to them, I am not here to give you a fish to feed you for a day. I came to you to entrust your confidence in me, to allow me to teach you how to fish. And if you check the front page of this manifesto, I don't need to say anymore because my actions can speak for itself. And when you look at those young men that sit on the various blocks across this constituency, I made sure that I provided the necessary tools to teach them how to fish. And I was elated, very happy, to assist those young men with the agriculture project there in Rosemont. And that was just the beginning of good things to come. And I want to assure the youngsters, the black men and women within this community and across this constituency, that what I have started when I am re-elected on the 19th of January, I will continue the work that I have started. And I remember when I traversed this constituency, I remember the state of the Paul Bay Fish Market. Thanks to my comrade, Minister Kurt Humphrey, and to the Prime Minister for providing the necessary resources to help give the Paul Bay Fish Market a facelift. And this is just a part of the good work that my good government and I have done for the last 3 years and some. And I could go on. And when we talk about repaving roads, when we had another government who spoke about potholes save lives, but under the Barbados Labour Party, paving roads was a must for us. And these are just some of the achievements and accomplishments that I have done within this constituency for the good people who I represent. Gullah Main Road was another achievement and another accomplishment that was done under the Barbados Labour Party government during a pandemic. And I remember the cries of the residents in the farm and Fernyhurst and Rosemont who were complaining about the electrical situation. Some persons have electric boxes in their units, obsolete electrical boxes. If you plug in your hair dryer, you break a trip. If you plug in your washing machine, they break a trip. If you plug in your microwave, they break a trip. And who came to the rescue of the people? And I remember when the former minister, the first minister of housing, when the Prime Minister allocated necessary funding to start the electrical upgrade, I said to the former minister back then, I said, Minister, I begging you. I do not want Deacons Farm and Rosemont and Ferniehearst and Golden Acre to be at the bottom of the list. I want my constituency to be next. And after the project started in Haynesville, and that was completed, they came to St. Michael Northwest and Deacons Farm and the surrounding areas to make sure that to start the electrical upgrade projects on these units. So when the Democratic Labour Party opposition walking about in his mouth, talking about the don't see me and poor representation, boy, you haven't seen nothing yet, boy. You just walking about like a some boy in this constituency. And you should do your research about Neil Rowe and Black Rock. I mean, walk humble, behave humble, look humble, but I'm not a walk in the park or a pushover boy. So all of your disciples that feel that I'm a walk in the park, I want them to think twice. I come to represent. And my representation isn't partisan. And when we had the ash fall in this constituency, I had the privilege to employ 45 persons from 45 different families. That is the meaning of teaching people how to fish. Putting people in a position that they can put food on their table to feed themselves and their families. I don't walk about in this constituency giving out cakes and different things and taking pictures, you know, just to look pretty. That's not my style. I come to tell the people what I have done, and before he come to tell the people what he will do, or he walking about doing. You know, the constituency have been complaining about poor representation, and the constituency have been complaining about this and that, lower unemployment. Eh? People don't want to hear that rubbish. They want to hear what you will do for them. And when you look around this community, the upgrades with the wells and the septic tanks, all of that is work that have been done under my government. All of that is work that have been pushed by me. And then he will want to talk about a lot of wells that need to be recast. We will start the process, and the Barbados Labour Party will finish it, boy. And tonight, you know what is the most passionate part for the last 3 years and a half being in office? The most passionate part of my representation is traversing this community, this constituency, coming in contact with families, living in substandard conditions. And don't be fooled, you know. Some of you are blessed to be able to go to the bathroom and just push down a lever and flush your toilet. But there are some families that can't do that in this constituency today. And I am passionate and pleased to be able to come in contact with families having to utilize pit toilets in this 20th century, and to be able to give these families brand new homes with waterborne toilet facilities. And the last government was in from 2008 to 2018, and this wasn't a priority for them. And right now, the Democratic Labour Party can't even find a good leader. So I don't understand why they are attacking the Barbados Labour Party like that. They don't need to be jealous of what we have. We have a Prime Minister that cares, despite the critics. We have a Prime Minister that have the people's interests at heart, despite the haters. And I am pleased to be a part of this government, to be able to touch the amount of lives that I have touched already in the last 3.5 years. And I said to the people when I was elected that I will do my best. And I have done my best. I will continue to do my best. And the same way that I was able to touch the lives of those families that were living in substandard conditions, this is more than enough reason to re-elect me on the 19th of January so that I can touch the lives of more poor people in this constituency. But the Dems don't have what it takes to do it. And the pretty boy that I have for opposition don't have what it takes to do it. I have done so much. Even the tree trimming program, all of these trees along Farm Road, I have done. After listening to the cries of the people, my good friend Marcy on block 12, and I still have more work to do in Deacons Farm. And as much as all of, well, I can say that there are some people that had a lot to say about I don't like the people in the farm. And I can swear for my life here tonight, I, Neil Rowe, never had nothing, anything whatsoever negative to say about the people that I represent in Deacons Farm. That don't make sense. Why will I have negative things to say about the people who I represent in the farm and still have to come and face you to give me your vote on the 19th of January? That makes sense. So I want those persons that started the rumor to cut it out. And you know who you are. So start spreading the rumors. I ain't come here to get my pockets fat. I ain't come here to help my friends and family. I come here to help people, empower people, to help transform the lives of people, poor people to be exact. And I have more in store for the people, trust me. The same way that I created opportunities for others to embrace, I will create more opportunities for those who continue to contact me about housing, about employment. I will create more opportunities for the people to embrace. And I have done so much in this constituency, I don't even have enough time to go through everything that I have done. And everything that I did over the last 3 years and some, I did not run to the media. I did not go to the media to get publicity. Because I do things out of the goodness of my heart. And I want the good people of this community to know that I have done a lot. Believe you me. Even the black men and women. I mean, there are people in this community and across this constituency that made mistakes in the past, believe it or not, because none of us out here tonight are perfect. And I believe in giving people a second chance in life because I wasn't perfect growing up in Black Rock. I know where I came from and I can never forget where I came from. I will not. And I made sure that I gave men and women that had run-ins in the past with the law. I assisted them to be able to have any past run-ins expunged from their record so that when they go and apply for a police certificate of character, it will be clean. And it is these simple things that make a big difference in the lives of some people. I don't walk out here looking pretty. Once they call my cell phone and I don't answer, you send me a WhatsApp message, I guarantee to reply. I'm not like some ministers in the past administration that when you're calling them, they can't get them. Change the cell numbers on you. I haven't done that. And I will not do it either.
I'm gonna need security.
That is the meaning of true representation. I believe in the people that I represent. I believe in the poor people that I come from amongst. And I will continue to do my best. Thank you. Huh? It is about it. You can see a man's face, but you can't see his heart. But I could tell you tonight that the Almighty knows my heart. And my heart is genuine. It ain't fake. Because I don't know how to pretend. And I want the people of this community to know that I have better things in store for you. And there are some things that I have started that remain incomplete. And for instance, the Deacons Development Center, I managed to purge the center because the kind of management that the center had, the people in this community did not deserve that kind of management. They deserve better. And I managed, thanks to the Prime Minister, who transitioned the community center from her portfolio to the Ministry of Education. And I was in the process of having it transferred from the Ministry of Education to the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Development. Because I know that Deacons have a lot of sportsmen and women. We have the Premier League Football Club in Deacons. And I want, and my aim, is to utilize a part of that center to be a home for the Deacons Football Club. Row humps is something that was requested by the community. And they did not manage to have the row humps installed as yet. But it will be done. Building more homes for disadvantaged families. I have started, and when I am elected on the 19th of January, I will continue. Reactivating sports in this community was held back because of COVID. And I'm being realistic. And we all know that. And I want to assure you, that once the necessary approval is given by the COVID unit, I will make sure that I do all in my power to reactivate the sporting community across this constituency, not only in Deacons, but across this St. Michael Northwest constituency. I will look to provide more opportunities and more employment for the unemployed. I will empower more entrepreneurs across this constituency. And for the 3.5 years being in office, I was happy to assist over 170 entrepreneurs within this constituency, and I will continue to help more after the 19th of January. I started the COVID-19 shuttle service really to benefit the elderly in this constituency last year. And I plan to expand that shuttle service to benefit the elderly. So the elderly people in this community and across this constituency, some of them who may not be able to walk long distances, when I am re-elected, I will be providing an additional service for the elderly, whereas you can be picked up from your home and be transported to the Black Rock Polyclinic or to the Queen Elizabeth Hospital for your weekly or monthly doctor visits. That is a service I will expand and provide for the elderly within this St. Michael Northwest and Deacons community. I will continue to provide adequate street lighting across this community and this constituency at large in certain areas where people have been crying out for more street lighting within the respective communities. That will be done when the Barbados Labour Party government is re-elected and in the role as the representative for St. Michael Northwest. I coming now. I didn't want to assure you that I cannot do this alone. For me to accomplish these goals, I need a proper leader. I need someone that knows how to govern. And I need the people of Deacons Farm to vote for me, and more importantly, as Prime Minister and leader of this country. And they want and they need the people of Deacons Farm to vote for Neil Rowe, real results with Rowe, on the 19th of January. And they want to swear to you and to assure you that my representation will remain fair and equal. I don't care who wearing yellow shirts tonight or whenever. I want the people to know that I do not pick and choose who to help. My representation is fair and equal. And I want to assure you that I will continue the journey. And I am asking you, without a doubt, to vote for Neil Rowe on the 19th of January, 2022. Good night and God bless.
Yeah, you vote, vote, come and vote. You never vote, vote, better vote. Vote, you vote, vote, come and vote. Vote, know your ex, look, vote Neil Rowe. So we voting for Neil, everybody mark on a X. Join in, let me make the flex. For Neil, everybody mark on a X. From one post to the next. For Neil, everybody mark on a X. Join in, let me make the flex. For Neil, everybody mark on a X. From one post to the next. You get in, one that already know. Provide no jobs and they pave the new roads. And for the disadvantaged, they build up new homes. So mark one of X's, come on, let me go. So we voting for Neil, everybody mark
vote for Neil Rowe.
Join in, let me make the flex.
Vote for Neil Rowe. And you say he can't talk? Get results from Neil Rowe. Well, this meeting is not only hype, this meeting is tight. We have so many members of the Barbados Labour Party trying to get on the podium, trying to endorse the re-election of Neil Rowe. We need to secure that Neil Rowe joins the Barbados Labour Party, joins Mayor Motley as we take Barbados beyond this point. Tough times, tough leader. We're going to stay the course. We are safe with Mayor Motley. No time for me to speak. I wanted to speak, but we are rolling down the road. We are going down the road. BLP family! I'm not hearing you, BLP family! That's good, that's good. We're going to bring to you a stalwart. We're going to bring to you the next speaker. It's the one that when he speaks, you listen. Has an excellent in terms of his history of Barbados. He has an excellent intellect. And when he speaks, he does not speak above you. He speaks directly to you. I'm going to bring to you the man who will be back in Parliament to represent the people of Barbados. Not only his constituency. This is Trevor Prescott. This is Trevor Prescott. BLP family, are you there? Trevor Prescott, are you there? Trevor Prescott. Oh Lord. Just call in Trevor Prescott. You're going to hear. You've heard from so many members of the Barbados Labour Party. That's what I'm talking about. You're not coming to the farm looking like this if you don't have support. Look up Pressy. Barbados family. I am alive. Barbados family. Look at this, Pressy. I see a way, Trevor Prescott. My heart still beating. Buried alive, but I'm still breathing. I don't know what tomorrow may bring, but I got a feeling. Oh, I am alive. There must be a reason. I was given one more chance. My heart's still beating. Now all this time I've been blind, only running against the wind. Friends of mine pass with time. After living a life of sin, some many give up, many give in. It
It's my determination to win. I survive the worst of times. I survive.
One love, one aim, one blood, one destiny. Amanda! Brothers and sisters of the farm and deacons, special greetings from your sister district, the people of the Ivy, the people of the Pine, the people of Carrington Village, Lakequest Village, Martinique. We are one blood, one family. I ask your permission tonight to bring you a message. I want to take you on a historic journey first. I'm going to also make sure that I will be as chronological as possible in helping you to understand the history of our journey. I also want you to understand the importance of Nero in the context of Barbados. You know, Nero might not be an intellectual. You determine that for yourself. But I know he is a visionary. And I want you to understand that many times in life, people who speak standard English and sound very smooth are usually very empty. But Neil, you know, last election, I don't want to start now with this election yet. Because if you don't understand history, political history, economic history, mental history, there's no subject under the sun that is complete, consummate, that is not grounded first in history in order to understand causality, so that you will be very clear on what is the effect of whatever the dynamics are around you, and to help you to understand how you move into the future. Whether it's COVID, whether it's economics, even language itself, whatever it is, history, and my brother Bob Marley and Marcus Garvey said, a tree without roots. A tree without roots. There's no tree without roots. And a people without roots, without a history, is like a tree without roots. And you must understand that. In the last election, you know, my good friend Chris Sinkler, my friend, we walked together at football, myself and Prime Minister Motley. Prime Minister Motley told me he was born on the same day as her. And sometimes the three of us would get together and have a drink. And nowhere in the creative imagination of man on earth, or in the imagination of Chris Sinkler, could he believe that a man unknown to many, although born in Nazareth, unknown to many, would be able to cut down Goliath? Everybody say, who is this man, Nero? I have never heard about this man before. Not that other people never live in the village of Nazareth, but this was a man less than significant even in Nazareth. But the good people of the farm and deacons and the surrounding areas felt that there was something in Neil Rowe that was a manifestation of themselves. And every black boy in this community said to themselves, I am a Neil Rowe, not a Chris Sinclair. So not only persons who are of an elitist background or even purport to be intelligent is capable of entering into the body politics and become significant others. It does not work so. You know what I can tell you about Neil? Neil is the most committed, or one of the most committed men in Parliament when it comes to his constituency. You might not hear Rowan all the time, but he's always there, pressing for the transformation of the quality of life, especially here in the farm. And again, you must make a genuine analysis of things. Methodology or models are not fixed. It depends on the dynamics that help to form specific paradigms. Neil came into office in one of the most challenging times in history. You can't match Neil with a representative who came to office at a time when there was no COVID. The most vicious evil, the most vicious demon that I have ever experienced in my life is COVID. Any man that is still alive tonight and cannot understand the negations that derive as a consequence of COVID has to be a man that is brainless. Buses stop running. Planes stop flying. Boats stop sailing. Restaurants close down. Schools close down. People dying. Hotels closing. And you want to place Neil in the context of an analysis that speaks to how he performed within the 3-year period. Nobody can perform at their optimum in the middle of COVID, at the beginning or the end. The whole world was in a state of confusion. The economy was declining. Churches cannot meet with members. How do you expect any parliamentarian to do what is normal in a situation that was abnormal? Explain that to me. Show me the wise man on earth that can tell you that Neil ought to fix every pothole in the road when even NTW men were not working. For 2 years out of 3.5 years, parliamentarians had to separate themselves in Parliament. We were in Parliament, but we could not sit side of each other. We had serious problems, environmental problems. We had serious problems with climate change. The Prime Minister had to be so innovative that she even met with architects and engineers to talk about the changes of the model of the houses in Barbados. And you will not see a house built by Urban Development or the National Housing Corporation without the arch in the house much steeper than it was before. Because we know, as a consequence of scientific judgment, that with the change in the forces of the wind, the chances that all the models that we have here likely to fail us, and you will have severe damage to house tops and severe damages to houses. We are facing testing times, dark times in the existence of man. And you had a young man like Nero coming to Parliament, and many others who could not wrestle and understand. Very few people could have understand the changes. People were debating if a vaccine is necessary. Is there something named COVID? COVID is just a flu where you can drink some herb and the flu will go. All of these things you were hearing. Doctors holding different opinions. He's not Houdini. He is Nero. When you looked at him 3.5 years ago, you were looking at the man in different circumstances. And you felt that he was deserving on the basis of your judgment of meritocracy, that he deserved to represent the people of the farm, Deacons, and all around here, Ferniehurst, etc. Because in Nero, you saw you. How comes now somebody can tell me down here, you got a problem with who you are? Because whatever Nero is, you are. And that's why I come to tell you, whatever the people in the farm represents, the people in the pine represents in the eyes of a specific social type in Barbados. There are people in this country holding a view about you and about me. The people in the Ivy, the people in Martinique, the people in the Pine, people in Carrington Village, the people in the Bayland, the people in St. Barnabas. All of us are perceived as the same. So you have to know who you are, how you perceive yourself, not how people perceive you. And if you understand that well, we are all brothers and sisters, and we have a fight in this country against not only those who held us in slavery, but some of us who escaped slavery early, escaped the boundaries of colonialism early, call themselves middle class, borrow all the bike money, bringing out all the furniture from in town, hire purchase. When they lose the job, the trucks coming back. They're ready from the bailiff, calling themselves middle class. We are the only real people that exist in this country. And we must tell ourselves every day, we are black and we are proud of who we are. I want you to know this. This struggle was going on long before Nero. This struggle goes back to the early 19th century when Samuel Jackman Prescott fighting for rights of people like you, resisting all forms of oppression. And the fight will continue forever. The fight will continue forever. We always had to be battling and showing resistance against people who want to exploit, abuse, and oppress us. Get that in your head and smoke it too. Neil understands this philosophy well. The institution to which he belongs understands this philosophy well. It was the first black institution, political institution, that brought this country out of the oppression of the colonial hands. And we held on. Menzies Cox, who was a taxi driver, a man who was a carpenter. Menzies Cox, who became a minister. All this thing that people tell you about, that way you gotta be a minister, you gotta got 16 O levels, and you gotta got a master's degree. Menzies Cox was a minister of government in a time when this country was experiencing severe poverty. In this constituency, you had a man named Frank Walcott. Frank Walcott used to cut nylon and Sea Island cotton in a store in town as a clerk. And he became the most impactful and visionary trade unionist in the Eastern Caribbean. We have not seen a trade unionist in Barbados as passionate about his work and prepared to sacrifice all his personal benefits in order to ensure that black people was able to make vertical mobility, not only socially but economically, as a consequence of the increments that he fought for in labor. It started with Samuel Jackman Prescott, with the expansion of the franchise. And all the time as I speak to you, I can see in the raw, in the midst of all of these human beings. These people that make you believe that they are the greatest in the world. When battles come along, they run on it, the center and hide. I can call on Neil Bro anytime. And you know, I try to work hard with Neil. Because I told Neil, you know why I like you? Because they feel that you're the boy from obscurity. They feel that you are nobody. If they want to hear it, if they want to hear it, men that live in worse circumstances talk all kinds of things, sometimes about their brothers and sisters, always trying to relegate a man. You know, if Rihanna was here in Barbados and attempted to become a top entertainer, she'd be walking about singing for $200 in one of these little hotels. Really, hotels down here will be exploiting her. Exploiting her. But she's a billionaire tonight. She is a billionaire tonight. Place your confidence in Neil Raw. I am telling you, don't mind smiles. Don't mind people coming and socializing and interacting with you and giving you the promised land. They have all these great, glorious things for you. You know what you have. You don't know what you will get. You know who in the 20th century caused us to be here? People who stood up to oppression. And I'm proud of Prime Minister Motley that she saw the importance of the need for a freedom park as a form of significance because of the revolutionary spirit and the fight for meaningful changes of the quality of life of black people in this country. This is not about any cosmetic exercises, about dressing up pretty, got on a tie, and trying to make you believe he's great at management. Neil Rowe is a real soldier. He needs you, and you need him. That Freedom Park represents what Clement Payne stood for. We mean something to each other. What Clement Payne did in the 1970s is responsible for the freedoms and the liberties that we now experience in this country. In this country, not only Frank Walcott. We saw the emergence of Frank World at the end of the 1950s. A black man become one of the most outstanding cricketers in the world. First black West Indian cricketer to become the captain of the West Indians team, Frank World. And we have to understand it. Sometimes these things only happen in the 20th century. You know about Nebuchadnezzar, and you didn't alive? Huh? You know about Moses. You know about Joseph, and you were not alive? So don't tell me that you don't know about these people. You know about people because you read or you listen. Or you listen. We have had so many great people in our times. And sometimes history did not treat them well because they did not even write one line about us. And you must never in your lifetime allow Nero to be written out of history. Because Nero being written out of history is you in his time being written out of history. You know, I've never seen a more civil and humble young man like Nero. You had weeks. You had weeks. A pharmacist representing the people down here. Pleasant, quiet, unassuming, but committed. His name was Lawson Weeks, huh? Lawson Weeks. This is the kind of people that you select. Because there was a natural bond, spiritual bond between you and them. And these men contributed to the changes, the obstacles that was stopping us from moving on. These men contributed to the fundamental changes that made all of us who we are. And the Barbados Labour Party was always a party very inclusive. You can get Ronald Mapp or Leroy Braffett or any of these people in the Democratic Labour Party or any of the other political parties. I don't want to talk about the others who betrayed the trust of the ancestors. There are men who betrayed the trust of the ancestors in this country. Rather than fighting for changes for all people, they fight for changes to enrich themselves. I don't want to talk about all of them tonight because a lot of them were my friends. And they call me all the time and ask me, "Man, Pressy, don't come at me. Because we're not going to do that so. You can't do that so because I got the money. I can't wear the money from the body. So don't tell me that I got to compromise. If you want me to compromise, talk to me. But don't tell me, don't come at you because you can't, that you don't want to come at me. I stole nothing from the treasury. My hands are clean. And anytime I call for equity, I call for clean hands. In this new political dispensation, not new because a manufacturer made it yesterday morning, new in relation to a postmodern thought, a thought with a vision for economic and social transformation of the lives of our people. We don't want to be always wage workers. We don't want to always go to university to come back and work for a white dumpsy man. I boast that we got a CCA, and then a dumpsy white man asking us questions about economics and accounts, and then decided this is what he will give to you. We want to see fundamental changes like workers' participation in business in Barbados. And as long as I am a member in the Barbados Labour Party, I will speak to leadership and speak to the party in the most candid way about allowing black people to be involved in economic development, the empowerment of our people. That is what it's all about for me. I want to see people respecting an educational system that is not a misrepresentation of history and truth and bogus logic, and people pretending that they are bright because they had stuffed with foolishness. I can talk to you about all the changes, but I believe that a rationalization had to be given tonight about the importance of Nero. I came from a village and a community that we have many Neros, many Kurt Humphreys, many Trevor Prescotts. I know what it is to eat baked. And Nero live in a family house with 11 members in hard times with a mother working for $110. And you want to tell me now that some man who glorifies himself as important can come here? I don't care if he's from here or if he's from Timbuktu or even from Cairo or the Cape Verde. What I know is that you deserve a Nero, and a Nero deserves you. Any serious black man or woman in this community, give me Nero. I can shape him. He did not have the opportunity to do what he wanted to do because he talks to me all the time. He could have done like Adderley too. In a democratic system, give a great opportunity for the people to select him as their representative and breach the trust. But after receiving the vote, he did not wait a week. You vote for him as a BLP, and he formed his own party in a week. That is a betrayal of trust. That is not Nero. So I want to tell you tonight, we are on a historic mission. We are also not only going back and understand the course of our history, moving on a smooth trajectory, we are also futuristic. Look at the provisions in the manifesto. And I'm sure that tonight the Prime Minister will further elucidate any challenges in understanding the different tenets of the new manifesto of the Barbados Labour Party. And I want you on the 19th, and you go to the polls, vote for a progressive black man, one among you, my brother Neil Rowe. Thank you very much.
I was buried alive, but I'm still
Trevor Prescott.
I was given one more chance. My heart still beating.
Trevor Prescott. Time has arrived. I just want to remind you, I've been saying it all evening, all night. I want you to continue giving your social distance and wearing your masks. We have come to the point in the meeting. The person who have us tonight in a safe position, the person who we will stay the course with, the leader of the Barbados Labour Party, our political leader, the Prime Minister of Barbados, the person who we will re-elect because we need a safe future. We need a bright future, and there's no one else. When you go to the polls, you are going to be electing Mia Motley and her team. We need Mia Motley to rule Barbados. We need Mia Motley. We need a government that understands the people. We need a government that will create a safe Barbados. We are not going backwards. We are going forward. Forward ever. We want to be safe. Stay the course. Barbados is safe to honor Mia Amor Motley and the Barbados Labour Party's team. I want the Deacons Farm. I want Northwest to give Mia Motley a rousing welcome as she comes.
Don't stand for my play that you vex. Get out there and give me get the X. Cause you know BLP is the best. BLP. If you love Barbados as bad as me, vote for BLP. Mia and the team BLP. Vote for BLP. You want the best for this country. Vote for BLP.
That's Mia Motley.
Party is for me. Vote for BLP.
Come on, BLP family, give her a rousing welcome. You're safe to with Mia Motley and the Barbados Labour Party. You're going to stay the course with Mia Motley and the Barbados Labour Party.
I know you agree with me. The rest of them
vote for Neil Rowe. Let him join Mia Motley, a leader among leaders. I tell you, she's a leader among leaders. Mia Motley. We are going to be safe with Mia Motley leading us. Forward ever, backward never. Remember the social distance, but at this time, we are welcoming Mia Motley, welcoming her to Northwest as she comes to lend support to Neil Rowe. We will re-elect Neil Rowe. We are going with Team BLP. We are staying the course.
We love the BLP crew. Call we get back free, 10-3, and look how the buses run.
The leader among leaders, the champion among champions, Mia Motley.
So January 19th,
Prime Minister, and she will continue to be Prime Minister.
That's me. Vote for BLP. Mia and the team BLP. Vote for BLP. You want the best for this country. Vote for BLP. Barbados Labour Party is for we. Vote for BLP. Them racing ready. Them racing ready. I voted for BLP. You them racing ready. Them racing ready. Them racing ready. I voted for BLP. Them racing ready. Them racing ready. Them racing ready. BLP. Ready. Them racing ready. Barbados Labour Party. Them racing ready. Them racing ready. Them racing ready. Don't stand for my play that you vex. Get out there and give me the X. Cause you know BLP is the best. BLP. If you love Barbados as bad as me, vote for BLP. Mia and the team BLP. Vote for BLP. You want the best for this country. Vote for BLP. Barbados Labour Party is for we. Vote for BLP. Them racing ready. Them racing ready. I voted for BLP. Them racing ready. Mia and the BLP. Them racing ready. I voted for BLP. Them racing ready. Mia is best in lead. I know you agree with me. The rest of them ain't ready, and that ain't too good for we. But Mia and BLP, the future for this country. So January 19th, I voted BLP.
Good night, good night, good night. I asked Neil to stay up here with me just now because I was so proud of the speech that this young man gave that I want you to give him a long round of applause again. Recognizing
that he has come to you once again to ask for your confidence. Because when you gave him that vote on May 24th, you elected him to go to Parliament to represent you and your interests. And what you heard tonight from this platform was a man who is dedicated to working each and every day to allowing people to sleep easier in this constituency and to making people's lives better. Neil, I am so proud of you. Thank you. And what you have been able to do, and I only need to look at the turnout here, because tonight is a lot of homers. Tonight is a lot of homers. And if you know the firm and this constituency like I do, you know that. I spent, and thank you, Neil. I spent my first campaign managing was in St. Michael Northwest. In 1996, I even ended up spraining my ankle 2-3 days before election day. Remember that? And I learned every nook and cranny in this constituency. And it has become like home for me. And therefore, when I come to the farm, how are you, darling? How are you? You good? Me too. It has become like home. And however tired I am whenever I reach this point in the farm, however late the night, I am immediately energized because the people who live in this constituency are people that I have come to know over the better part of my life, and certainly the better part of my political life. And it is for that reason that we have been energized as a government, because we have heard you and we have felt what you've had to say, and we've seen the things that matter to you. Last night in Britain's Hill, I spoke to a matter that I want to repeat tonight. And I want to do it because we have reached a point in this country where we have to start trusting our people more. And we cannot have a system of government that is only about ministers and MPs. It needs to be able to drill down so that people in communities can come forward and serve and help us solve the problems that matter to you. That is why we established the Commission on Local Governance, chaired by Ralph Thorne. And were it not for the pandemic, it might have reported even sooner. But suffice it to say that not only has it reported, but the cabinet has signed off on it and has indicated that in the shortest possible time, they must now report back to the people of Barbados with the clear recommendations that they have for your greater involvement in the governance of your communities, your parishes, and your country. And what does that mean? Before they had constituency councils, but that was people who were handpicked. That's not what we want. We want those of you who feel that you have ability. Mr. Dale, I see you out there. We want those of you who feel that you have ability to step up to the plate and to be able to say that I believe that I can make a difference in my community. And I can be one of the ones engaging, whether it is with the Sanitation Services Authority, whether it is with street lights, whether it is with the Water Authority, whether it is with the National Housing Corporation. You know, one of the things that upset me is that we came to government and almost every housing estate in this country, the electricals were a problem. Almost everyone. And we have had to repair hundreds of them. I don't have the exact number on me tonight, but my memory tells me that it is over 400 units with electrical repairs that we were able to do. Now, why is that important, Nigel? It is important in here, in Haynesville, in Silver Hill, in the Pine, in the Wildy, in Gall Hill, in Belle Plaine, all over. Because all of us know the dangers of electrical fires. All of us know the danger to life, far less property. And we therefore want to be able to make these institutions more accountable to you and work better for you. And that is why we established that commission under Ralph Thorne's leadership and with David Comijong as the deputy chair. My man, you look so good and comfortable there. I would like to be like you when I grow up. That's why I know too much people down here, Andrew. I know too much people down here. The bottom line is that that entity then means that we can then focus on making it more responsive. And certainly as long as the NHC remains the tenant, the landlord, you will have to come and ask them for support to get maintenance done, to get a door change, to get a window change, to get all kinds of small things done. But there are too many complaints systemically, and it tells me that the system is broken and not working. And until such time as the units are conveyed to you, for you to own totally, we have to help. And even when it is conveyed to you, there are common areas with sewage and all other kinds of things, landscaping, etc., that still have to be attended to. So I look forward to being able, with your cooperation and vote, for Neil Rowe, among others across this country, to introduce a framework that allows us to be more accountable and to put you at the center of it and not just members of parliament. They say that it is a form of local government, and we say yes, but it is not the traditional one. And what it does is to bring people at the center to ask these state entities to be more accountable. But we're not just stopping there. We recognize that if we don't get this country going again, jobs will not come. And you see the clear evidence of us turning the corner just by simply the number of people who have come into the country, the number of tourists that have come. And if we were to listen to Verla and the Democratic Labour Party, they told us don't let nobody in at all. Can you imagine how many people in the farm tonight or in Black Rock who work in tourism, working in hotels, working in restaurants, will be sucking salt now still again if we did not make clear, decisive policy decisions to open but to protect you. Look at all of you. You still have to go to the supermarket when the day comes. You still have to go to work in most instances. You still have to engage. But we have found ways for you to do it safely, especially the longer the pandemic has gone on. And it is for that reason that I ask myself for real, what kind of government will you have if, God forbid, we woke up Thursday morning and the Democratic Labour Party were elected as the government of this country? you have to give thought to that. Because if you don't want it, you have to go to vote and stop it. What kind of government would you have? You already have a Verla de Pisa telling you, as I said, that we should not open back up and that we should have done this and shut down. Because it is easy to talk. It is difficult to govern. At the same time, you have, what's his name down here again? I forget it. What's the boy running against Neil again? Walters, sorry. And the truth is, this is exactly part of the problem, you know. We remember the 5. You remember? Eswick, can't forget he. Seeley, can't forget he. Lashley, can't forget he. How what? How what? How low? Oh, can't forget he. And of course, Verla. But honestly, and the boy who left out here from the Labour Party. But honestly, how many more names can you call running for the Democratic Labour Party tonight? Call 10 names. Call 10 names, Doc. Call 10 names, taxi man. Huh? Call 10. And you know, and I'm asking you, I know who my economic team is. And the reason why I asked you to focus even on Mr. Walters, this constituency gave Barbados 2 ministers of finance. That's a fact. Clyde Maskell and Chris Sinclair. And both of them understood that for taxation to be effective, it has to be certain. And I saw a clip this morning with a young man fumbling to tell you about excise tax. You all saw it? Fumbling. And he said, I can't find it. I can't find it. And then going on to tell us that the Democratic Labour Party, if elected, would remove up to 25 cents in excise tax. No, excise tax is a certain thing. You're removing 5 cents, 10 cents, 7 cents, not up to anything. So that from the time you use that language, I know, you know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. Compare that and the boy that running in the city, Kimar, I can't remember his last name, but Kimar, he ran against me last time. He says that he is the only body in the Democratic Labour Party with a degree in economics. Can you imagine waking up next Thursday morning and your Minister of Finance is Kimar Stewart or Ryan Walters? And I'm not being disparaging because they are young Barbadian men. And they have a contribution I am sure that they can make. But you cannot bring people who have no experience to manage this economy and this productive sectors at the most critical time since independence. Let's get real. All the shops to the front depend on people having disposable income. If people in this country don't have jobs and not earning, none of the businesses down in the farm, whether they're selling food or whether they're doing manicures and pedicures or whether they're mechanics, none of you can get nowhere. Because unless people got money in the pockets, they can't spend. And compare that to the team that I have. Ryan Strawn, Marsha Cadell, Clyde Maskell, Avinash Prasad, Dr. Kevin Greenwich, who I begged the IMF to send back here, and you in this community should feel proud about him because he is a hometown boy for you. A man that can talk economics, as Trevor said, in the nation language. Break it down so that ordinary people can understand. Come from among you. That is the team that I have. Can you imagine a Democratic Labour Party government and cabinet next Thursday morning? Not unless you want hell. And let's go with their concept of where their barrier is set. Because you must believe a man when they talk to you, you know. When a man tells you something, darling, you got to believe him. And Frondell Stewart told us 2 nights ago that it was a glorious decade. A glorious decade. You mean the same decade where people lost their jobs? Where near over almost 3,000 people went home? The same decade where they would not pay the bills such that they owed $1.9 billion to Bajans and Bajan companies and enterprises, and that this government had to turn around and pay it, down to the point where we only owe $63 million from that $1.9 billion. A glorious decade when prices went up by 41% in that time frame. A glorious decade when public servants could not get a salary increase for a decade. If that is their example of glorious, then I am so frightened for what they can tell you is wonderful or excellent. I am frightened. And you don't have to worry about what my idea or this party's idea or Neil Rose's idea is about excellent or good. We've shown you. When we came into office, there are pensioners in this community that were getting $155 every 2 weeks. And we said, no, not about here. Yes, Frondell, that is a phrase that I use. You don't like to talk Bajan. I talk Bajan. Not about here. And we carried up those pensioners' money, non-contributory pensions, from $155 to $225. The largest increase ever in pensions in the history of this country. Those people live among you. These are people living in the farm and Ferniehurst and Rosemont and Ashton Village and Brandons and Black Rock. And when they told me that we couldn't do it, what did I say? Give me the vote and watch me. And you gave us the vote and you watched us. And since 2018, those people have been getting that pension. You understand that that is $70 every 2 weeks, $140 per month, times 12, $1,680 more per year, times 3, almost $5,000 more in those pensioners' hands that would not have been there if you did not give Neil Rowe and the Barbados Labour Party the vote last time. That is glorious for pensioners. That is glorious for pensioners. In spite of going into an IMF program, a 5% increase in public servant salaries. I look around this crowd tonight and I see people who would have benefited from that. You in an IMF program and you giving people a salary increase. But the other prime ministers in the Caribbean asked me, how you get that done? How you get that done? And I told them very simple. I told the head of the IMF 1 week after we were elected that we come in, yes, and we restructuring debt, yes. But if you're going on a long journey, I see some of you pack up stuff to come to a meeting and this is a long journey. if you're going on a long journey, you've got to give people a little breakfast. And the breakfast for us was the salary increase. The breakfast for us was fixing the sewage off of the streets. Because if sewage growing on the streets, we had 3 travel advisories from England, from Canada, and from the US, telling their tourists that if they come to Barbados, they can see sewage flowing in the streets. You going to come to Barbados then, or you going to St. Lucia or Antigua? That's where we want them to come. I am saying to you tonight, my friends, that what you have is a very clear choice. And we get it, you know. We have not been able to achieve everything that we set out to achieve because COVID offset us in a major way. And the government has spent more months under COVID than it has spent outside of COVID. 24 months under COVID, 19 months outside. And that is why we've said, look, we have some serious decisions to make as a country. In the case of school, we've said to you we're coming back on the 24th of January to talk with you. Once the election's out the way, let us talk and see how we can get our children back into school as soon as possible safely. We knew that Omicron came, and the Omicron, according to the modeling, should have been even more than we are seeing now. And let me be clear about the type of government that we run. We found out, I certainly found out at 2 o'clock, and the minister the afternoon, about the modeling from the University of the West Indies that suggested that we could have as much as 3,500 cases a day, Andrew. You work in public health, so you would understand. And we accepted that, boy, let us wait and see, and let us go. 8-9 days later, the case count is hovering about 500. Much less than they anticipated, and we are praying that it will continue in that trajectory. But I believe that the reason why we are still down in here is because of the wonderful work being done by the public health officials in the Ministry of Health and the nurses and everyone else, but also the cooperation of each and every one of you in Barbados. And we believe that when we come to do the next review towards the end of January, we are going to have to discuss the 2 most difficult questions, which is getting children back to school and the curfew. Because you have to re-examine now where we stand in light of where the facts and the science are. And the reality is that Barbadians have been cooperating to contain this as much as possible. And the science tends to suggest that while it is definitely more contagious, and we need to be on our guards, and that's why you hear me every night tell people spread out, spread out, spread out, spread out, because we're still on our guard. But we believe that we potentially, like other countries in the world, can begin to see a corner turning. And if that happens, then we can begin to get back a level of normalcy, even if it is a different normalcy going forward. These are the things that lie ahead of us. And that is why we want you to make the decision next Wednesday. Because who is the government that is going to have to manage us as a nation out of these circumstances? Who do you want? And that is why I ask you tonight to think about what a Democratic Labour Party government would look like. They have come, I know you say not good, out of the mouths. We are 1 week away from election day. Other than Walters up to 25 cents and the abolition of the garbage and sewage, which cannot happen without licking up all of the sanitation. And you know, they must know that the Sanitation Services Authority is run purely on the basis of that fee. But other than those two things, what has this Democratic Labour Party told you to tell you why you should vote for them? Other than political pecan, what have they told you? But yet they're rushing together in the last few days to put together what I call a political 1, 2, 3, a political pelao, to throw everything at you and to tell you you must take your future, your children's future, your job, your property, your everything, and throw it in the air and hope that it come back down whole and that they catch it. We have passed that stage in this country. And Barbados is at a precarious point. And as I keep telling you, life is about choices and consequences. If you eat pork that touch Andrew, you're going to get what? A bad belly. If you got a government come to you that don't know what it is doing, you're going to get 2008 to 2018 again. They say glorious, I say God awful. The bottom line is that you have these next few days to help us think and to make up our minds as a nation. You in the farm know that the ability to be able to work and to have jobs is critical to you. If not, you are not going to be able to support yourselves and your family. Which party is going to be able to provide those jobs for you? Which party has already saved this economy and saved your dollar? Which party has put poor people and people at the bottom first? I hear you. And when you heard me talk about the pensions just now, I could just as easily have spoken about the minimum wage. Because a year ago when I introduced and said we were going to form a commission to advise on what the minimum wage should be, they told us that it was a bad idea. And they had people come from all over telling us, you're going to shut down this business and that business and that business. And since the beginning of April, this Barbados Labour Party government introduced a national minimum wage. Because you must treat people decently. And if you can't depend on decent work and decent fees and decent wages, then you're in the wrong business and you're carrying us back to slavery. These are the things that matter. And I ask therefore you in the farm tonight, do not be caught up with people who just want to talk for the sake of talking. Talk is cheap. You remember that song, Action, Not a Bag of Words? You remember the song? Action, not a bag of words. In Neil Rowe, you have found also a man of action. He talked about the Pile Bay market. I am so proud of what we were able to do at Pile Bay. And I am so proud about what we will continue to be able to do across this constituency. And I want to talk to the taxi operators too. Because I have asked the Ministry of Public Works to sit with you and to review the rates, but also to review the fact that if we came 5 years ago or 7 years ago, you would put a fancy meter in the car. But today now, you can walk about with this and I can tell you how many steps you make, far less how many miles you drive. Not true? And therefore what matters is setting the rate that is fair in order for people to make a fair living, but at the same time, for you, the customer, to have certainty and fairness as to what the rate will be if you're moving from Brandon's to Edgecombe and St. Philip, or from Ashleen Village to River Bay and St. Lucie. And once you start that, then you bring about a level of fairness, particularly for everybody. And we hear you, and we get it. And that is why I'm saying to you, this mission is still on. But in order for us to continue, we need you. We need you to give us the mandate. We need you to give us the X. We need you to allow us to be able to put things in place for your young children. There are too many children leaving school who need opportunity. We did the first step in guaranteeing that whether they go to the University of the West Indies or the Polytechnic or the community college, you don't have to pay for them. Because if you had to pay for them, a lot of bright children in this community would not get the opportunity to go and study. And we learned that the hard way. But we also know that there are some youngsters too who we need to be able to bring into a youth advanced corps. And in bringing them in there, we're teaching them life skills. And we're teaching them discipline. And we're giving them a trade. And as I say over and over, if you don't hold the young people's hands and give them purpose and give them opportunity, then any number can play. Any number can play. And there is not one family in this community that will want to see their children fail. Not one. No, we don't want to see our children fail. Then you have to give them their best chance at success. And I ask you, which party in this election gives your children the best chance at success? I'm not asking you to guess. Fronda's glorious years took away your children's right to go up the hill. Fronda's glorious years did that. And we came back in the middle of an IMF program. You know what it is to go and find $28 million every year to put in fees? And that's what we did. $28 million every year. And why? Because it matters to us, streets. It matters to us. It does. Because at the end of the day, how you spend your money is about choice. You can decide you have $1,000 to spend. You decide how you want to spend it. And are you going to spend it in a way that is going to help you to earn again? Or are you going to lick it out and it go into the atmosphere like a cigarette that's smoking and it's done? That's the reality. So, next week, and this thing that I hope will not be with us for much longer called curfew. I have to come off soon. Next week, your choice is clear. You have a hometown boy in the form of Neil Rowe, who is Deputy Speaker of the House of Assembly. He has shown you that he has never forgotten you. Day by day, he goes to work to make your life better and to help you sleep easier. To do representation as we know it. I am asking you to give us in the Barbados Labour Party government next Wednesday Neil Rowe. I'm asking you to vote for your own future and to allow you to own your own future. I'm asking those of you who want to get into renewable energy and to see photovoltaic panels on your roofs not just with people coming in from over and away to invest, but the wind and the sun and the sea belong to every Bajan. And every Bajan under Barbados Labour Party government should be able to benefit from it. We know that the people who got money first can come, but we say no. We have to leave back enough for everybody to get a piece of the action. That is why I ask you to vote for your own future. And I ask you, those of you who are here tonight, when you go home tonight and when you go to work tomorrow and you see people wavering, what matters is not to say, man, me are going to win, man. The Labour Party going to win, man. I never see a ballot box open with votes yet. Never see one. And the only way you are going to have the future that you want, the only way you're going to have the government that can provide for you as we have been doing, is not to wish about it, not to think about it, not to talk about it, but to get up and go in that line, follow the protocols, and cast the X in this community for Neil Rowe, across the road in Blackrock and Fairfield for Ian Goodenedgel, across down there, going back from Knightsland and going right back Bridge Road for Chris Gibbs. And if you get a toll to Bank Hall for Arthur Holder, and if you get a toll up the hill in St. Stephen's Hill, going back up to Cave Hill and Eden Lodge for Davidson Ishmael, and when you left him and go past Arthur Holder, you go my general that just left the stage, Trevor Prescott, and across then to the Pine and Wildy, to Santia Bradshaw, and down to Marsha Cattle, who will take out Richard Seeley, don't mind what nobody telling you, and across to Kirk Humphrey, who was the giant slayer last election. Thank God for Kirk Humphrey. If not, we would still be hearing about Glorious Decade every day. And then into the city of Bridgetown, for one of your own from St. Michael Northwest, a young man from Freehill that has distinguished himself and that I know will become an excellent member of Parliament for the city of Bridgetown, Corey Lane. And good Lord, good Lord, good Lord, don't forget to vote for me and Motley and Bushana Jackson. Do that for us. And I assure you that the mission of the next few years will make a defining difference to the quality of your lives, to the opportunities for you and your children, and for the stability and security of this country. We can do it, and we shall do it. But in order for that to happen, we need your vote on January 19th next week. Good night. God bless. I love you too bad.
Don't stand for my play that you vex. Get out there and give me the X. Cause you know BLP is the best. BLP. If you love Barbados as bad as me, vote for BLP. Me and the team BLP. Vote for BLP. You want the best for this country. Vote for BLP.
Voting for the Barbados Labour Party. Me and Mortley and the Barbados Labour Party. The mission for the future of Barbados starts next week. The mission for the future. We have to be safe and we will be safe under the Barbados Labour Party. I ask all of you, Barbados Labour Party supporters, I ask all of you, must vote. You must come out and you must vote for the Barbados Labour Party. We just cannot wish it. We have to make sure that we go and vote. Next Wednesday from 6 to 6. It is vote for the Barbados Labour Party. It is safe under the Barbados Labour Party. We need to stay the course. The mission is to secure Barbados for the next 20 years. And we cannot go back. We are going forward. The Barbados Labour Party.
We love the BLP crew.
We are Mortley, a leader among leaders.
Look how the sewage move. We know got things to do. So January 19th,
January 19th, the mission of Barbados continues. voice keeps rising under the Barbados Labour Party. We are rising. We are rising with fear of more Motley and the Barbados team. We elect hero. We elect every Barbados Labour Party candidate in your constituency. We need to go forward. We need to continue to rise. Deacons Farm, I want to thank you. Northwest, I want to thank you for allowing us to come in and spread the good news and the news of the Barbados Labour Party. Remember to keep yourself safe. Keep yourself safe. And as you go home, please drive safe. And remember, we are all safer with me, Motley, and the Barbados Labour Party. Vote BLP. Good night and God bless you.